Music. Ladies and gentlemen, the goose is a loose. How are we doing this evening? Look at that. I am all in the dark. I've got too many things plugged in to have my lamp on at the moment, so we are looking at Darkface. I'm also slightly confused. There we go. We've got Starsector. Brilliant. Right, we are in. We're going to be doing some Starsector tonight. Welcome on in, everybody. Let me just get set up. Need my screens in the right place. I think we're good to go now. Perfect. We are going to be picking up where we left off with our terrible salvage crew playthrough, where we started out with next to no ships, very badly fitted, my fault, and we're going to see if we can rescue this. This poor salvage crew is just trying to do whatever they can to survive in space. So before we start, let's just have a look at where we are. So we've made our contact with Caliban Scene Key of the Hegemony. He has potentially lots of different interesting missions, ships and so on for us that we could be doing. We also set out visiting the 6 Ludic shrines on the Pilgrim's Path. And if we look at those shrines, we have so far visited 2. We have been to Volturn, where we did a bit of shopping for space lobsters, and we sold some space lobsters at a profit. And we visited the shrine on Jangala, but we have not been to Killer, Hesperus, Gilead, or Beholder Station yet. Trainer, my man! I was wondering if I would ever see you again. Seems like ages since you've been in chat. Great to see you, buddy. It is awesome to have you on board. We're going to be doing... This is going to be roleplay heavy tonight, because from a min-max point of view, this game is already scuffed to all hell. We are going to struggle to rescue these characters, but I have confidence. I think we can drag them back from the brink, from where they are making no money and have poor ships, and we can turn this into a heck of a crew. Now, I'm trying to remind myself, I've played a little bit of offline Starsector, off stream, which I know some fans disapprove of, but I need to get to learn the game, and I learnt a lot. With the help of Karma and the stuff that's been going on in the Discord. We've been having a lot of chat in the Discord about this, because last stream that I did last Monday, the last Starsector stream that I did on Monday, I got 2 people to pick up the game while we were playing, and they've been playing a lot, particularly Dragon Guy. Tell me, buddy, tell me. But yeah, so Dragon and Karma have been discussing it at length in my Discord, and we've been having a good back and forth, and I've learned quite a bit about the game from those 2. So I realise now some of the mistakes I've made with these guys. If we have a quick look at our fleet, we have a very, very badly fitted... that I didn't know where you were going with that, but I'll take it. Yeah, we've got a very badly fitted hammerhead. Now we can do something about that tonight, and that's the first thing we're going to do. You know, I don't necessarily play the good guys at all times. We also picked up this lovely little... What is this? It's a manticore. We stole this off some pirates, which is why it is a pirate manticore. And I don't think we fitted this very well, if at all. Like, how many ordnance points are left on this thing? 37. We've not fitted it. We did a fight with some pirates, I think, towards the end of the stream, and we salvaged it. But we have not actually fitted it. We can't do a refit from here. Let's have a quick look. So we've got the Hermes Custom Shuttle. We've got a little kite interceptor. This isn't bad. We've got the Wayfarer combat freighter. That's not terrible. We've got the drone tender for a bit of salvage bonus, and then obviously we've got our civilian transport. I need to play around with a lot of these things. I've done some stuff, like it's got militarized subsystems as a hull mod, which basically counteract the fact that it's a civilian ship. But this is a very small fleet. It is a very poorly set up fleet, and it is not set for combat. So what we are going to do is we are going to fix that. And the way we're going to fix that, we came out here to do something. And I can't remember what on earth we came out here for. Where are we? We are in the EMA star system. I think this might be where we came to sell space lobsters. Oh, there's Killer. Now the thing is, there is a Luddic shrine on Killer, but it was my understanding that one was very dangerous and surrounded by difficult and dangerous ships. So there's two ways we could go with this. We could say, alright, we'll come back to Killer at some point in the future. Or it's got a hazard rating of 175%. So we could do that, or we could go to Killer and try and have a look at the shrine, because that is one of the shrines, isn't it? Yeah. And where are we? We're over at Salamanca here. We could head towards Killer and see how dangerous it is, and if it's too dangerous we bug out. And then, after we've done that, we're going to fly back to Galatia. Galatia is where we started. It's where we helped the hegemony sort out their problems with the jump gate so that we could have access to the wider sector. And there we left a whole load of weapons and bits and mods in storage that we could use on another day. And so we're going to go back there. We're going to pick some of those up. We're going to remedy some of these terrible fits. And then we're going to be at least a little bit combat worthy, I think. But first, I think we should head to Killer. But before we even do that, let's get some audio in game. Save that. There we go. Right, if the audio's too loud, let me know, because I've tweaked a few settings and it may have increased in volume. We've got our transponder on. Who are these guys? These are Persian League. Oops, we should be going slow through here. No, we shouldn't, because we are not currently doing sustained burn. Sustained burn to Killer may be a little bit dangerous. We're not that quick either. I've got such a better fleet. Let's turn off sustained burn for now. I've got such a better fleet in my other playthrough. Right, so here's Killer. Now, I don't know. Killer is not claimed by anyone, right? So the question is, do we go there with or without our transponder on? I'm going to try and go in without the transponder on and see if they'll let me see the shrine. Here we go. We can take a shuttle to the Luddic church beacon. Mate, chat away. I stream so that I can chat to people, and if you want to chat and spam me with random questions, please do, buddy. It'll be great to interact with you. Otherwise, I'm just messing up a playthrough all on my own. So your fleet approaches Killer. Vague IR readings from otherwise unremarkable terrain hint at camouflaged habitation beneath the regolith. There are definitely survivors hiding inside Killer, though no organised polity maintains open relations with the greater sector. If these slagged hulls of tramp freighters are any indication, the locals aren't very welcoming. Absolutely not, buddy. Dax will shut down stuff that Dax feels he needs to shut down. That's the captain's job. But Dax loves Raytar. He rescued him from a closet. He's going to say no if there's something that he doesn't think we should be doing. But absolutely not. Raytar came and tried to space net a skull the other night. It was the best thing we ever did. Right, we're going to take a shuttle to the Luddic church beacon. I have got quite hooked on this game. The problem is, and Trainar, you will understand this, right? I've sort of set it up because I've got a certain group of people who come to watch me play Starsector, I've got a certain group who come to watch me play Battle Brothers, and I've got people who just come to watch because they like watching me, and that's great. And we play a variety of games. But I love all the games. And I play so many different ones, and I have a long list of other things I think we would have fun with on stream. And one of them I would like to stream this week at some point. It might take the Battle Brothers slot on the Friday this week, or I might be able to squeeze one in. I say this every week, but I'm hoping to squeeze one in either tomorrow night or Thursday night. Yes, buddy, that is the game. I want to play some RimWorld because I've watched so many RimWorld playthroughs, and I've tried it myself, and I end up going, I don't know what I'm doing, and I go back and watch other people's playthroughs instead of actually playing the game. I started a RimWorld playthrough a couple of nights ago, and I'm completely hooked on it. I've made a little base for my colonists. They're all still alive. We've got a breeding pair of alpacas and a breeding pair of oxen or something. We've got a little bit of dope growing, which, you know, I'm hoping just enough to keep my colonists happy, but we may expand into full-on drug dealing. I don't know. I have done some drugs research. We've got the base is sort of nicely set up, but we're now in the expansion phase. We need to build some defences, and then we need to make some better bedrooms, and it's just great fun. And I do think a RimWorld playthrough on the channel would very much suit what I do, which is random stuff all the time, see what happens, react to stuff, role play it out, have chat name our various pawns. I think we would have an absolute blast. So yes, we are bringing RimWorld to the channel, and it may become a bit of a mainstay, because it's one of those games that you can just play and play and play. And at the moment, I'm playing completely vanilla RimWorld. I don't own any of the DLC. I currently haven't modded it, because I tend not to mod games until I've done at least one vanilla playthrough, so I know what the base game looks like, so I know which kind of mods will be quality of life for me and which I'm not bothered about. Everyone's playstyle is different. So I want to do a vanilla RimWorld playthrough on the channel, and then perhaps we'll pick up some DLC. Hey Karma, how you doing, buddy? And we'll hopefully pick up some mods and tweak it a bit. Thank you for asking, buddy. I'm feeling better than I was. I'm still a bit tired and a bit croaky, but you know, I've got a cup of tea, and so we're here. We're Starsectoring. Tonight, Karma, we're going to be fixing my terrible ship fits. But first I wanted to visit the Luddic Church on Killer, because we were here. We started in Sector. So we're going to take a shuttle down to the Luddic Church beacon. Yeah, I normally do a going live now message on Discord. Tonight it was a bit of a rush to get the stream up, because I logged in to get the stream all set up. I'd already said that we'd be a little bit later than usual. We'd start at 7:30. I had a few things going on earlier this evening. And then when I came to log into Starsector, which was the last thing I did after I'd set up Streamlabs and done all my speed tests and everything else that I always do to make sure that we're good to go live, I went into Starsector, and I don't know whether there was a patch or what, but it said, oh, put in your key. And I was like, what the hell did I do with my Starsector key? So I ran out of time to do a number of things. I think I might have got a tweet out via Streamlabs, but I didn't get the Discord notification up, which I normally try and do a sort of going live in 5 on Discord. But yeah, we did not get it out tonight. However, you've missed nothing. All I've done is log in, had a bit of a chat with Trainer, and we're now going to the Luddic Church on Killer, but then we're going back to Galatia to pick up all the components I left there, to try and refit my hammerhead, to refit the manticore, and make this fleet half decent. Oh, that's really good to know, because it did. I had a Java update a couple of days ago, so that will be what it was. Thank you, Karma. Yeah, I just wasn't expecting it at all, because I haven't played Starsector in a couple of days, and I just suddenly completely thrown by the fact that I know I saved my key somewhere really sensible, so I'd always be able to find it. And I had done, but I had to go through all my various game key folders and things and be like, where is Starsector? So it set me back a bit. So you've missed nothing. Yeah, that's right. So nothing has happened with that. I am going to go back to... What I'm going to do is I'm going to haul that manticore back to Galatia, where I've got at least some fittings, and I know there's a market to buy some more. And we're going to see what we can jury rig on the manticore after we've fixed the fact that my hammerhead is a steaming pile of crap. Because I have learnt a lot from you and Dragon discussing stuff on this channel and in the Discord. And also, it's been useful for me to do a bit of an extra playthrough and go, oh yeah, actually... I hadn't bought the Devastator? Where was I buying a Devastator from? Where does one buy the big gun? While you tell me where we can find a Devastator, I'm going to take a shuttle to the Luddic Church beacon on Killer. This could be dangerous, because they told me this was the one place that was really difficult to get to, and so far I've encountered no resistance. Your shuttle descends towards the surface of Killer, following the landing beacon to an ancient lava sea peppered with craters. Tactical systems log the brief ping of targeting radar, but the signature suggests a handheld system too crude to pose a threat to your countermeasures. The landing site is far from any obvious ruins or landmarks. There's just a smear of crumbling temporary habs and cold, broken transports. Oh, at Salamanca. Right, well, we've not left yet. We will go back to Salamanca before we leave and have a look. Your shuttle comes to rest on the landing pad, easing softly into the microgravity. The wreckage and debris is not so chaotic as it seemed from orbit. A swarm of dusty footprints leads towards an airlock buried in an escarpment some distance away. It appears that others have been using this site in the cycle since the war's devastation. I'm going to request an active scan of the area before we start following some random footprints. Your sensors officer performs an active scan of the area from your fleet as you wait on the landing pad. Your datapad barely flickers as one of the powerful beams sweeps your position. Your datapad pings as the results come in. There are low density voids beneath the surface, artificial density patterns, caves or bunkers or tunnels, ferric and non-ferric metals, some EM activity, some radio activity. It reads about as standard as any report you've seen involving the smear and scatter of ruined human civilization across the Persian sector. The trail of footprints beckons you towards what looks like an airlock embedded in a nearby escarpment. I did not look at Hanapacha. Is that a planet or a space station? I'm going to follow the footprints. You follow the path laid by others to the airlock. The manual controls allow you to pull it open to reveal a yawning black hole. This all sounds terribly like we shouldn't do it, but I'm following the Luddic path. Ah, right. No, I did not look at the planet. Does that probably would have told me something about what I'm looking at before I just dived into Killer. Okay, I'm going to step inside. I'm committed now. There is no interior atmosphere, at least none to speak of. Ghostly veils of dust flex and twist in the electrostatic fields of the shrine, strong enough to overcome the low gravity of this world, to hang in the near vacuum. Instructions are given by some unnamed Luddic priest, who recites his words into crude repeaters awoken by your activity. Come only in peace. Let rest the dead. We pray now in the words revealed to Lud. Let's have a look around. The ossuary is built from buried holes, roughly welded in a chaotic but not artless architecture. No surface is quite level, and the original faded, crumbling icons and lettering belie forgotten functions. Crew quarters, attachment point, purge before cycling. In the gloom, you begin to make out empty sockets, rib cages, countless femurs and spines. They cluster in recesses, corners, in stowage spaces, with hatches removed. You realise the dust in the air around you comes from the bodies, the bones slowly crumbling around you. Ooh. This reminds me very much of our roleplay on Wednesday night, Trainer. This reminds me of opening a cargo hatch full of corpses. The unknown priest's words fill the radio channels, made warbly and tinny by the low power of the repeaters.
Fell from orbit like burning leaves, caught by wind and wailing, life breath stolen from mother and child.
A dead suit's indicators blink from grey to green. It steps towards you. Lovely, thank you, Karma. That really, really helps. Everything reminds me of Wednesdays too, Trainer. It's the focus of the week. You instinctively pull back, hand on your sidearm. The figure pauses, adjusts something on its battered suit, and the helmet switches on its self-illumination. Its hands sign a channel ID, which you flick to. "We have few visitors," says the same voice as the broadcast prayers, rough with age and disuse. So this is what passes for the local curate Sacraria. I've come to see the shrine. "You are within it, the sacred space," the curate Sacraria spreads his arms. "Witness the get of wrath." He turns and moves as if expecting you to follow. Let's follow him. I love these Luddic shrines. I think the level of detail in them for a game that is, on the surface, is so sort of non-narrative is beautiful. There's so much lore hidden in these little encounters. Moving deeper between rooms and holes, you witness galleries of the dead, bones and skulls carefully and artfully piled. You catch a glimpse now and then of pilgrims in ones and twos by their active Vactus indicators. The curate leaves them to their contemplations. They are forgotten, the curate says, his gaze passing across the bones, taking stock somehow. But I will not forget them, and all who visit here, they will help me remember those who died may live eternal. He fixes you with a suddenly piercing gaze. You will help? I'm going to say, I will help remember. Yes, the curate says, and brings a hand down to squeeze your shoulder. Yes, he says again, and you can hear the smile in his voice. Then without a word he disappears into some shadowy corridor. You're left among the dead. The webs of ash hanging in the air twitch and flow as movement elsewhere in the labyrinth triggers minor fluctuations in the standing electrostatic charge. I think we're going to return straight to our shuttle. Oh, there we go. So we visited 3 now of the Ludic shrines on this playthrough. We've gained a skill point and a great big chunk of XP, and we have 7 story points now. Amazing. So if we leave, here's Hanapacha, a crematory world laid waste by a planet-killer weapon. The ashes of the millions of dead are still suspended in the atmosphere by planet-wide storms fed by anthropogenic volcanism. Whoa, everyone loves a bit of anthropogenic volcanism on a Monday night. Okay, right, so what we were saying was... It's Salamanca that had the big gun on it? Yes, it was. Let's go to Salamanca then. Right. Let's pop our transponder back on. Because we're going to be going somewhere near the Persian League. Oh my god, this fleet is so cripplingly slow. I really need to be playing around with a variety of options here. Got our little privateer fleets. Right. So the Devastator cannon is still for sale here. Are we saying that for 4,200 we definitely want a Devastator cannon? We are already suspicion level minimal, so we may end up with a bit of activity and suspicion if we do that, but you know, we're not going to have any illegal stuff on board. Let's also have a little quick look at the mod specs. Yeah, okay, I'm not as fussed about that one just yet. Interestingly, Karma, it's still purple on the system map. So if we look at the system map, it's still really purple. And it says irradiated world, but it isn't showing like that on the view. Yeah, I think that might be a thing anyway, because like the Devastator cannon, and I'm sure I'm completely wrong. Oh, actually no. Oh no, Devastator cannon's high explosive. It at the top when it says essentially a rapid fire capital size flak cannon, I was like, yeah, okay, but you know, flak is useful, but not the be all and end all. It's great for hull, but I need stuff that's either going to do shields or armour, but actually that would do quite a big chunk. Yeah, alright. You've got me, let's do it. So what's our black market suspicion now? We are medium suspicious. Right, so if we were to refit the Manticore, we can put the... forget that. No, I want owned. We can put Devastator Cannon on there. And we have got everything else is pretty much empty. We've got a light needler, We've got no owned weapons of the right. Oh, we've got 2 Sabo SRMs, so we could at least put those on. So it's got something, just in case. I'm not saying that's going to be our optimal or our solution in the end, but that's where we're going with it. I'm not particularly fussed. Light autocannons, what have we got? Oh, nice. Yeah, 700, so it's pretty comparable range. We've got an empty turret here, so we could put a light autocannon into one of those. That's anti-armor. We've already really got anti-armor covered, haven't we? With, although that's an AoE weapon rather than a real armor shredder. What's this? That's anti-shield. That's anti-shield. So anti-armor on that side, anti-shield on that side. So these two are going to shred the shields. The assault gun, and to a lesser degree the devastator cannon in its area, will shred some armor. And the SRMs will shred shields for now. Like, I don't want to really spend any more money on this, because the first thing we're going to do from here is fly straight to Galatia, pull all that stuff out of storage, and start fitting the hammerhead and fitting this a little bit better. We're going to jury rig ourselves something fun. So you're saying we take the light assault gun off and we put another autocannon on, so that we've got sort of triple shield threat, and then the devastator cannon will strip stuff. The expanded missile rack mod spec is still there. It's on the open market. It's missile autoloader. The expanded missile racks one, if I bought it, I've learnt it. So it's presumably on there. No, I bought it, didn't I? Right. Expanded missile racks, they're right there. We bought it last episode. Right, so we stripped some capacitors and vents and put the expanded missile racks on it. Because right now it's only got 5 OP left. If we bang down, presumably we really want to take the capacitor down more than we do the vents, because we want the flux dissipation to be roughly similar to our shield and weapon flux. Like that. What's it got? It's got compromised hull, so hull integrity is low. But it's cheaper to recover from deployment, which is actually quite nice. Oh, we got ballistic rangefinder. So our small and medium weapon mounts, because we've got a large mount on, are going to get bonus range. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, to be fair. Karma, you know, it really does. What's the Hermes got? I mean, it's only a shuttle, but what I would like to do with this, it's a civilian hull with degraded engines. I mean, the degraded engines aren't a big deal because that's, you know, it's not going to get deployed into combat. What I would like to do is to put militarized subsystems on it, because it's a civilian grade hull and therefore it's slowing us down and it's wrecking our sensor profile and stuff. So what do we need? 4. We're not going to be fighting with this thing. Oh, it's, wow, why can't we put that on? Oh, it's got it. I already did it. That's why. Dumbass. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm ahead of myself. I already know what I'm doing. Right, let's do stuff. we've got skill points to spend. So far we've got sensors, which gives us better sensor range and reduces our detected at range. And we took salvaging because we were, from a story point of view, we were going to be a salvage crew. Now, I know it's sort of cheese, but hull restoration would be very useful because we can recover ships lost in combat most of the time, chance to avoid demods if we lose ships in combat, and a chance to remove demods once per month, and better combat readiness for ships, minus 5% per demod, which, you know. So that's quite good, but for that we need like 4 skills in this tree. Bulk transport's not terrible, we get better cargo and fuel capacity, so if we're going to be going salvaging or exploring, we can get out further and do more operation. Field repairs increases our repair rate outside of combat, and 25% of hull and armour damage taken repaired after combat ends at no cost, which again keeps our running costs relatively low. So recovered ships start with better hull integrity and combat readiness, which is quite nice. If we've got the men to crew them, we can be rescuing ships more often. I do like flux dissipation per ordnance spent on weapons. And then we've got polarised armour, maximum damage reduction from armour increase from 85% to 90%, blah blah blah. And then we got the shield shunt potential. Thank you, Karma, that really helps, because I had seen that you can respec your skills, but I didn't know what it cost. I didn't know if there was like a specific thing you had to do or whatever, but if you can do it with story points, that's quite nice. So I'll be less precious about this, and we'll just play some stuff that we think would be quite fun, because I also so things like helmsmanship, which is manoeuvrability top speed, could be very useful because the hammerhead is quite slow and it's got degraded engines already, which reduces top speed and manoeuvrability, and it's already struggling a bit. So hey, Tin Mass, welcome on in, buddy. It is good to see you, a fellow streamer now, my friend. People want to go and check out Tin Mass's channel if you want to see people playing board games, painting models, doing that kind of stuff. I watched his first stream yesterday, and it was very good for a first stream. I was impressed. The only way is up, my friend. Yeah, so the way that I've sort of seen it in other people's playthroughs is that helmsmanship's always pretty useful, as is, like, ballistic could be quite good on a hammerhead. Not that I'm necessarily going to keep my pilot on the hammerhead forever. But you know, but the hammerhead has a lot of ballistic weapons, as does the manticore as well now, and it gives us a couple of extra hull mods. Gives us the ballistic rangefinder, which the hammerhead has built in, and integrated targeting unit, which increases our weapon range. So that could be pretty cool. Target analysis gives us more damage to stuff, and we can make it an elite skill to do even more damage to smaller ships. Yeah, more damage to fighters and missiles. There's so many of these to read and learn and know what you're doing. It's all a little bit, oh my god, what do I do? So I know that, like, the technology tree, a lot of that will work very well for things like energy weapons. Yes, of course. 15% top speed, 50% maneuverability, but to your base, which is pretty rubbish. So elite helmsmanship, is that leadership one? No. Which one's elite helmsmanship? Oh, sorry, elite helmsmanship's where you make it elite with a story point. Yes. Yeah, so that gives you, yeah, that makes you better. Right, gotcha. We're going to worry about that skill point in a little bit. The first thing I want to do is get back to Galatian, because otherwise we're going to spend all of tonight just refitting ships. And I'm not looking to get into a fight, but I certainly would like to not crap the bed every time it becomes a possibility, and that way we can go about exploring more of the Luddic shrines and doing some money making. I definitely want to go to all the Luddic shrines. Oh look, we got pirates, but the pirates are scared of us, which is hilarious. Yeah, okay. So there's a chance that when we go through, we are likely to be meeting possible hostiles through this jump point. So we've got a simple option here, right? If we leave, we could just go to this jump point here. We could go to the EMA B jump point. Now, that small pirate fleet... Ooh, I thought they wanted a piece of us for a second there, but it was an asteroid impact. Yes. Yeah, well, I did think if there's pirates on this side, the chance... Oh, we've got a derelict wayfarer here. Let's just have a look at that and see if it's either recoverable or salvageable. I have a wayfarer. I'm not going to spend a story point to get another one, but I'll definitely salvage it. I'll take a load of free stuff, thank you very much. Okay, we've got a fleet here. Let's whack the transponder off at this point. Make ourselves a little bit less visible. There. Oh no. Oh, it's another derelict, actually. There's been some fighting here. Let's have a look at the state of this Buffalo. So it's got 3 demods on it. It's got faulty automated systems, compromised hull, degraded engines. Yikes. So the sensor profile's a pain. Needs a lot of skeleton crew. And we haven't got a lot of crew to spare, I don't think. Well, we haven't got enough skeleton crew to crew a Buffalo, but that's fine. We could potentially mothball it. Hull integrity is pretty badly compromised. Armour's not affected. Top speed's pretty bad as well. But if we grab it, and it's absolutely terrible, like we're going to struggle with crew in it. And we need a chunk of supplies to bring it in, not many. So we could grab the Buffalo and potentially sell it. Not for very much, but we could just mothball it and sell it when we get back to Galatia. It's just money. So what the transponder does, Tin Mass, is it makes you much more detectable from a much greater range. If you're playing legit, I tend to keep mine on, but pirates will detect you from way further away, and they'll know who you are and what you're doing, and so... Oh, okay, thank you, Karma, that's worth doing. So, I fancy a Buffalo, but not this one. It's balked. I think we're just going to recover it. Not now. Let's salvage it. But that's really worth knowing as well, that you might as well just, if you're not going to keep it, you might as well salvage it, so you're not towing the thing back in mothball status. Oh, we got something else down here. Have we got another derelict? Yes, we do. So we've got an enforcer here. Again, I'm not spending story points on any of these just now. We're a pretty good salvage crew, so we will do what we do best and salvage stuff. So yeah, Tin Mass, if you have a look, down here, this is my sensor profile. That's how easy I am to detect. So that affects the size of the bubbles. Yeah, I do know what you mean, Karma. I would like a good salvager playstyle, but I can see that it could be quite easily exploited. So yeah, the bubble of detection around other ships is influenced by your sensor profile. So if I'm going slowly, without my transponder on, it's 382. If I go dark, it goes down to 1921. If I put my transponder on, it goes up to 1332. And if I start sustained burning to go even faster, it goes up to 1515. So if you want to be harder to detect, the easiest thing you can do is turn your transponder off and come out of sustained burn, and then on top of that... No, I did not. When you say investigate, do you just mean hover over to see what the text says? I should really be doing way more proper roleplay system exploration stuff. I'm going to go and have a look at that. Let's see what's going on. And if we're going back up here, I want my transponder on, because otherwise the Persian League are going to yell at me. Oh, okay. I hadn't gone there because I think it said it needed surveying, and that I don't have the credits and the stuff for surveying. Right. So Chupi Orko is a gas giant, primarily composed of hydrogen and helium gases. Temperature and pressure at the core are extreme, but not enough to sustain the deuterium fusion that would turn the planet into a brown dwarf star. Okay, let's find out, Karma. Thank you for the heads up. I always like a little space secret. Cold Fury! Ah, thank you, buddy. Yes, very, very useful. So, welcome on in. This is my first proper Starsector playthrough. I have played a bit of Starsector over the last month or so to get my head around how this works. This is my first playthrough on normal, and we had a very bad start, but we're cranking back up. It's worth pointing out for people, we have got a number of ships, which at the moment we've only got ourselves. We haven't got any other crew, which we will be picking up at some point. But we have got a number of ships, very few of which are named. If anyone is following and wants to name a ship at the moment and or a captain in future, then you are welcome to do so. The Beetlejuice Goose, I think, was named by Karma. But other than that, it was named by somebody in the last chat anyway. But yeah, welcome on in. We do a lot of sort of vaguely role-playing, heavy space exploration, playing it in an immersive way kind of gameplay. It's not going to be min-maxed. My understanding of the game is definitely not good. We're going to make plenty of mistakes, but luckily there's people in chat who know the game better than I do. Yeah, I've started to do that in my second playthrough, because I found a few and was like, they're really useful. But yeah, it's something that I just haven't been doing, and I was like, oh yeah, I've got all these ships now with nobody crewing them. Right, let's go and explore Chupi Orko. And to finish my point, Tin Mass, if you're flying around with your transponder off, you tend to get a lot of hassle, up to and including combat, from local crews who do not like you running with your transponder off. But there are some factions where they won't talk to you if you're running with your transponder on. So it's a very interesting mechanic. It's not sort of black and white. Yeah, so we've got the option to survey the planet. If we want to establish a colony, what it does is... Oh, it's already fully surveyed, okay. So we have full survey data for it, but the resources that would allow you to... but not the resources that will allow you to establish a colony here. Star system is claimed by the pirates, and a colony established here would likely be eradicated in short order. That's interesting, because everything surrounding it is Persian League. Chupi Orko has a hazard rating of 150. The upkeep cost of any industries and structures would be increased by that percentage. Colony will allow for exploration of exploitation of planet-side resources and can eventually grow into a major population centre. Colony established here would have an accessibility of 68%, assuming a spaceport was constructed, and then you get a load of other interesting stuff. I like that. Oh, of course, we're still in the core at the moment. Absolutely. The last time I hit up a planet and tried to survey it, I was not in the core, and therefore it was asking me to pay phenomenal amounts of stuff. Cool. What does consider other factors give us? Oh, okay, I don't know any other factors. Planetary conditions, we've got diffuse volatiles, maybe sufficient for industrial extraction. And we've got high gravity, so that's part of the hazard rating, the 50% hazard rating. I'm not quite sure what I'm seeing there, Karma, in terms of that exploration that is particularly interesting to me, but Oh, hang on, we've got an abandoned siphon station up there. What's that? Once a giant industrial machine that manipulated the magnetosphere of Chupiorco to pull volatiles into space from the highest reaches of an artificial storm system. The coils, generators and tanks are now gutted, the habitats run through by energy lances. A few hangars and access tunnels still show minimal life support function, pitifully lingering until inevitable gas leakage and solar cell fouling leave the station as cold and dead as the tube it is. Let's go and have a look at this abandoned station. Oh, nice. Right, well, let's start with the Starship dock, shall we? So we could leave a ship here. There's nothing to take. It says 2. But I don't actually see any ships. What's in storage? Nothing? What's in the cargo storage areas? Oh, sorry. 1, 2 and 3 are the numbers of the windows. They're not the number of things in them. Yeah, 2 is the hotkey. Thank you, buddy. I'm slowly figuring that out. Use local facilities to refit your fleet. Also quite useful. Okay. Ooh, what's that? Sindarian Dictat. Mercantile Convoy. Right, let's get ourselves back to Galatia. Gotcha, Karma. I'm pausing. So Cold Fury, tell me, how long have you been playing Starsector? And do you normally play it heavily modded, or are you a vanilla kind of guy? Or gal, whichever is your preference. I'm new to it, but I'm loving it. I'm playing completely vanilla at the moment. Hyperspace topography mechanic? No. Tell me, do tell me. The layers in this game are the thing that just I absolutely love them. Right, okay. We're on Intel. Yeah, I mean, I think the game is so good on vanilla that it's one of those things. I would probably mod the game if I ever got bored of it, but I can't see me ever getting bored of this game because there's so many different things you could do and ways to play and so many places to explore and a different generated non-core sector every time. It's amazing. Sorry, look for topography. Exploration. I don't see anything on topography there. Is it likely to be in the planets bit? Like, click around the actual map. What am I clicking around? Yeah, you see, I don't want OP. I want an interesting challenge, not a complete sort of space. Oh, I see. So in some of these, there might be some topography events, contacts, or something or other. Presumably exploration would be a good place for it, but no. Fleet departures, gates, hostilities, Ludic shrines. We've now visited half of them, which is good. No, we've got a lost bounty there. I have no idea, buddy. I don't know what I'm looking for. But yeah, I certainly don't see any reference to topography in any of these. I can definitely do that. You know, we're currently flying maximum burn and transponders on. It's not like people don't know exactly where we are and what we're doing. So let's fly up here. Let's hit a sensor burst. Ooh! Something popped on the sensor burst up this way. But I think it's just another fleet. It seems to be flying. Unidentified contact. Oh! No, it's a mercantile convoy, that one. Message. Activate sensor burst. I don't see a message. Running from the Persian League. I am totally lost what I'm looking for. Here we go. What's down here? What's this? That's the makeshift nav, boys. So if we go over here... No, I'm just trying to sensor burst here. Oh, gas giant scan. No topographic data required. Well, we might come back and fiddle around with this. It's cool, and I'm enjoying learning stuff, but until we get back to Galatia and get ourselves sorted out with our fits, we are just a sitting duck for anybody out here who wants to try and kill us. So let's get ourselves moving. Ooh, we got a lot of stuff out here. Privateers. I don't think that interdiction... Oh, that interdiction pulse was for me. Or does it just affect everybody in the area? Either way, I want to... Ooh, so it's unlikely we're going to find anything and it's high risk, so we're not going to salvage that. However, we've got all sorts of juicy stuff around here. So we could potentially get the Wolf. Wolf comes with structural damage, degraded engines, faulty automated systems. Thank you, Cold Fury. That's awesome. Right, let's go... If we go not now, leave... Oh, don't do that. Do that. Corporate trader from Titakion. Exploration. Ah! There we go. I see hyperspace topography. Detailed sensor readings greatly aid hyperspace navigation. There are many ways of acquiring this data, including using in-system sensor arrays, using an active sensor burst near interesting phenomena, travelling through hyperspace at very high burn level, or simply buying the data. So every time we do this, we gain a bit, and as we go up, we gain better understanding of hyperspace topography. I never even knew this was a thing in the game. This is amazing. Apparently we've got ads incoming in about 20 seconds. Typically they don't affect a lot of people. A number of people are subbed. Some people have got other stuff. Don't worry, buddy. Cold Fury was helping me through it. We found it. I did the pulse and then I had a look, and it's now in here under the exploration data. And I was just saying, I had no idea that this was even in the game. And we can learn all sorts of cool new stuff. Right, I think we're about to hit adverts. So if people do get an advert, then either ping me in chat or in a minute's time we'll be back. Oh wow, we can sell stuff for credits. We get new abilities unlocked, new maximum burn in hyperspace. This is all cool. Right, so we need to be scanning everything, checking everything. This is great. Absolutely love it. Ah, so we've got a Hound. And now the Hound has only got one demod. I like the Hound because it comes with shielded cargo holds. It's got increased maintenance, but that's all. So I definitely want the Hound. Excellent, we got ourselves a Hound. And there's also a wolf. Yeah, I didn't even know where I was looking, mate, because like stuff popped up on the scanner on the mini map, and I was like, oh, is it that? And so I sort of headed towards that. I didn't notice the little banner thing across the top. But yeah, I did it again, and it said planet already scanned, and I was like, oh, okay then. But as I was flying away, Cold Fury pointed out that it was it's now in the intel window because I've done the scanning. So I just yet another thing I've learned. This game is amazing. Now this wolf is recoverable, but it is pretty badly demodded. Oh, okay, right. Left side where intel stuff pops up. Thank you, buddy. I'll try and keep my eye on that. I've got chat on the right side of my window, so I was trying to sort of juggle both, and I probably wasn't scanning far enough across the window. Yeah, I'm not that sold on this wolf. Its top speed's down, its hull's down, its armour's down. Oh really? The pirate version's even worse. I think we'll just salvage that thing. I'm very glad to have got a decent hound. That's, you know, I'm happy with that, because we can potentially do a little bit of smuggling with a hound. Oh, we got another ship down here after this big fight. A mule. God, these are all recoverable. This one looks a little bit more balked. So we've got structural damage, faulty automated systems. Now, that's a decent chunk of armour and hull integrity. So oh, it's a freighter, that's why. So the mule is... okay. So as an upshot, shield flux is higher per damage. We've got noticeably less hull and armour, but it has got 120 degree shield. And we've got worse skeleton crew, so we're going to struggle to crew this thing at the moment quite badly. What would your assessment be of that, Karma? Like, do you think that's worth grabbing? I think that could be quite useful. Although hull and armour is a little bit poor. That's a lot of hull lost. I'm definitely very happy with my hound. I'm not fussed about the wolf particularly. Yeah, it is. That's my thing. Don't get me wrong, I would love a pirate mule. I think it looks to me like a pretty good all-round ship from the limited times I've sort of seen it in other places, but this looks pretty pretty knackered. I think you might be right. I think this one might be a combat shit, because it's pretty badly compromised. Its shield is going to flux out more heavily when it takes damage, and it can't really rely on its armour or its hull to get it through as well. And we're going to have to absolutely stack it with crew. It's destroyer sized. I really need to learn the combat hull sizes to get them straight in my head. Destroyers. So you've got like frigates, cruisers, destroyers, I think, is the 3 in order. I think we could get some decent salvage off this, and I think we find another one. Yeah, I've made an executive decision. We'll take some bits off it, and we're done. And then, just while we're here, because there has been a fight here, I was going to say, let's see if we can't find ourselves another hole before we disappear. Because this is the other way that we can find ourselves some ships for our very terrible start. Oh look, it's another hound. Ah, but it's salvage only. I'm not spending a story point on a hound. We've got one already. Right. Nothing on the active sensor burst. We're going to Galatia, boys. We're going to refit. And then we're going to make ourselves a little bit of money somewhere. Oh, we got a fleet coming in. What are they? Didn't see. Don't care. Right, we've got... Okay, these guys... Hey, Ree, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Feel free to drop a hello in chat. If you are a Starsector player, let me know. I'm getting lots of fantastic help from other much more knowledgeable Starsector players than me right now, and it is really, really helpful on this first playthrough. Right, let's get out of here, if we can. Ooh, they don't look too hungry. We're okay. They were pursuing the Luddic path, guys, to be fair. Not us. Let's try... Oh, man, I thought I slowed down in time. Wow, we got knocked way off course by that, and took a great big chunk of damage. And it was to our Manticore. When you select a nav point or layer course, then during it, turn back on your mouse to avoid. Yes, A puts you straight back on course. Yeah, so if you just hit A, it resumes your autopilot. Alrighty. We will jump. We will turn the transponder on and then jump, please, if we're going into Galatia. Oh, look at that. Home sweet home. Back to Ankara, boys. Let's just have a little quick scan while we're here, just in case we missed any shiny stuff. That's alright, buddy. For once, I can tell somebody something about Starsector. So, for example, I can fly here, because there is a very, very disparate debris field here, but we can fly here. Oh, did I already salvage this one? Yes, I did. Ah, I didn't think I had. Okay. Well, that's interesting. So we've got the Galatia Gate. So if we scan that... Ah, we didn't find anything new out about that one. So if I hit A... Oops, no, leave that. If I hit A, it will then throw me back on course to fly into Ankara Station. Here we go. We got a good chunk of people viewing. If you are new, do feel free to say hi. If you're following and you want a ship named after you, or when we've got some, a captain, then pop a message in chat. And to be fair, I haven't really either, because the active sensor burst gives your location away, and I'm always too afraid of being mugged by pirates. But I thought the only purpose of it was to show you little derelicts and debris fields that you'd missed, but it's really not. Obviously there's a whole range of other stuff in game that's super useful. Right, so the first thing is, in storage we've got a whole range of stuff, which is great. So let's refit some things, and let's start with stripping these, because I'm not happy with those. The Annihilators aren't terrible because they're high explosive, and what I could do, which is actually what I've got at the moment, is set the Annihilators up when the shields are down to finish the thing off. So what we need is some medium targets here. I like the heavy mortar, although that's anti-armor as well, as is the heavy mauler. But what we could do is just whack a bit of damage on them. We've got the two railguns, which are anti-shield. We've got the point defense weapons, which I think are anti-shield. No, they're just energy weapons, so no. But we would take down some shield with the railguns. So if we put pressure on a ship with this ship alongside it, also thumping out a little bit of heavy mortar fire, and then as the shields start to waver, Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and what I need to look at is, like, if I go here, the reason I didn't take it with me is because, like, that takes up 2 cargo space per unit. Now, it's not so bad now, actually, because the fleet's expanded a bit, but in my mind, I was like, I might try and do some trading, and it kind of makes your trading difficult when most of your cargo hold is filled up with, because, like, if we do that, it's not actually that bad. But early doors, you've got no room to trade goods. But you're right, once you've got it all with you, you know what you're doing in terms of building stuff. Ah, good plan. I suppose in the same way that it's also really useful to have a fuel ship that carries a massive chunk of fuel, so you can go... Because on my other playthrough I did some sort of exploration-y stuff where I flew out to an unexplored system, and then I'd never thought that these systems might be unexplored and have no bases in them, so I had nowhere to buy fuel, and I was completely stuck for the way back. Now, I was just about on my there and back range, but I got sidetracked on the way, because I didn't find this target I was hunting in the right system. Yeah, very, very, very good point, Karma. So what have we got that's available to buy? Flat cannons, a point defense. See, there's a heavy mortar on the open market, so we could put 2 heavy mortars on it, and then it's sort of an anti-armor finishing ship, really, but with a bit of shield capability. So if we stuck 1 on there, like, we're not committed to this yet anyway. We stuck 1 on there, 1 on there. Ah, the hypervelocity driver. There's 3 of those available. They're expensive, but that has got some range to it. So we could stack those up with the railguns as we get in closer, and then use the missile launchers to finish them off. So what's that? That's... oh, it's EMP damage as well, and kinetic. 138 per second. So that's 175 flux per second compared to the mortar, which is like 180. Yeah, they are pretty chunky. So if we were to do... there's a few things we need to do here, right? If we... that's all fine. Those are automated, those are automated. Yeah, that's fine. So if we do that kind of build, if we were going to go for an anti-armor rocket, or anti-armor missile option, then the Annihilator's sort of our option anyway. How much ammo have we got in an Annihilator? 50. Not the end of the world. So what do they do? Spread of unguided rockets covering a wide arc, strip away armor once shields are down. Yep, that's fine. So we need to work on the fact that we're generating heavy flux with this build, and our dissipation is not great. So what we could do... we could shove on a flux distributor on top of max vents, and that essentially gives us even more venting. But we'd have to drop our capacitors obviously by a chunk. We'd need to take another 5 capacitors off. It's such a dense game, Tin Mass. Ooh, unstable injector. That's the other thing that's really useful to have you guys input on, because I just don't know the hull mods well enough. So the unstable injector increases top speed in combat, and that's by a flat amount rather than a percentage, which works nicely on the hammerhead, which is slow. Apologies if I'm sniffing a little bit, I'm trying not to do it on mic, but I am still a little bit under the weather. Okay, that could be rather nice. We'll come back to that. I'm going to test this weapon setup in a minute. It's slightly more... It's much more expensive, but slightly more efficient to go, slightly more flux efficient. To shove a couple of flat cannons on. And they are, mind you, they're way more ordnance points than the mortars. The mortars give me a lot more to play around with. Good point, Karma. It's not hammerheads, it's my hammerhead. So if here we go. If we run a simulation, and the thing with the simulation is, I never know what ships to try it against in the simulation because I don't know what's what and what does stuff. But if we ran a simulation here, my job with this, whoa, oh you son of a bitch! That Java update has changed all my settings. That's bad. Right, I need to invert that behaviour, I think. I think that's all I had on as my options. Right, that's how I've been playing it. Now, of course, this doesn't have any shields anyway, so we can just be spamming missiles. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel too flux heavy. I wasn't getting shot by anything major there, but it feels okay. I'm much happier with that than I was before. So, what would you guys advise? Yeah, I've got heavy mortars on my other hammerhead build, and I really like them. I just think they work very, very nicely. They sort of suit my playstyle anyway. Are there any other really key recommendations for hull mods that you'd make? I mean, we've got degraded engines, we've got degraded shields as well, which isn't ideal. Yeah, so flux distributor is essentially what I was thinking, was we put the distributor in with the max number of vents, and that just that ups our... Oh, we're going to need to take off some capacitor first before we can do that. So now we're not venting at the same rate that we're generating, but we are at least dissipating more flux. Is it not insanely expensive to restore stuff? Yeah, I was given to understand that what you really want to do in a perfect world, you want your flux dissipation to equal, or certainly be no lower than, the combination of your shield flux per second and weapon flux per second together. So if you're shooting with your shield up, I'm generating like 840 and I'm only dissipating 510, so I'm going to create a whole load of soft flux, never mind the hard flux that's coming out of the shield taking damage. Which bit is terrible build advice, Karma? I have no idea what I'm doing. Not that it shows. I stuck auxiliary thrusters on this already to improve the manoeuvrability. Okay, fair enough. I think I did that. Okay. I sort of thought I was given to understand that in general, the higher your vents are, if you're able to hit and run, the better it is. You want your capacitor insanely high if you're in a ship that's going to get stuck in and slug it out and not really be able to retreat and vent and come back in again. So that's for like long sustained fights, you want really high capacity, but for hit and run you want high venting, so you can hit, vent quickly, get back in. But when it's controlled by the AI, you know, when it's not your ship and it's any of your other fleet, I don't know how well they play that strategy and therefore what sort of balance you need. Yeah, well, it's one of those things, like with everything in the game. Yeah, one of the things I'm going to do is just play and learn. I am going to do a few battles where we give everything over to the AI and we spend a bit of time looking at how our other ships do, because what I tend to do is focus too much on piloting my own ship, and I have no idea if my other builds are actually doing any good. Oh no, I suppose a faster ship can get out of combat and stop taking the damage and therefore let it dissipate. There's so much I need to learn about it. The two things I really wanted to do was to re-equip that and to have, well, we've got a hound to build as well now, but see what else we can do with this bad boy. So I've got a whole load of light autocannons. They're 4 ordnance points compared to the 5 of the assault guns. So if we stuck light autocannons on all of these, I'm not saying this is a good idea, but we've got plenty of them. They're cranking out 100 DPS for only 80 flux. They're all obviously at the same range and a not dissimilar range to the Devastator cannon. And then we've got the SRMs plus these to try and absolutely overwhelm the shield and then let the Devastator cannon put holes in stuff. Is that a sensible approach, I suppose, is my question. And I'm not looking for people to guide all my builds, because I want to do my own building and I'll do it by learning, by doing it and making my own mistakes. But I do appreciate the input of people like yourselves who know more than I do. We've got a compromised hull on it, which isn't great. We've got the ballistic rangefinder, which is great because these are 200, these light weapons are 200 range less than the Devastator cannon, but because of that they're actually plus 200 as small weapons, so they're all a range of 900, which makes this... I'm tempted to sort of try flying the Manticore a little bit. That could be quite good fun. Save the Devastator cannon. Oh yeah, the Sabos are only light. You're absolutely right. Right, so what you're saying is we could do with a much better... Oh, look at that Gorse cannon. I see the hypervelocity driver there is pretty good. Ah, thanks, Karma. It's those kind of mechanics that I wouldn't know. Mind you, the hypervelocity is only a medium weapon. So we've got a Gorse cannon here. That's a fat chunk of OP, but it's only 5 more OP than we've got on at the moment. So we'd be doing 350 damage per second. And generating 600 flux per second, as opposed to this, which makes nothing like that amount of flux. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So really... Well, no, don't do that. No, don't deploy all. Right. Oh, I haven't got my weapon group set up on here or anything. So, Devastator is that bad boy. No, it's not. That's my other autocannon. Devastator's that one. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. So you've got a burst, and then it stops, and it just sort of fills the area with flak. It's like a fireworks gun. Oh my, that shield is slow to build up, and it's only... Is that even 180 degrees? Just about. And then we've got these, which are slow firing, and then obviously the autocannons, which just... Man, the spread on those, the recoil on those is pretty high as well, which you can see the dots sort of moving apart, can't you? Okay, cool. So if we were to put the Gorse cannon on there, which has a much, much bigger range than all our other weapons, even with their compensation. It's relatively expensive, which I'm not bothered about. It's heavy in ordnance points. The thing for me is the flux per shot. Fires every 2 seconds. The flux per shot on it is huge. So if I put that on, and we can leave here after the simulation without paying the money for it if we change our mind, can't we? So let's just go... For now, let's have everything off, and let's put all the autocannons together, sabos together, Gorse cannon up here. So the Gorse cannon has got range and a half. Whoa! I mean, there's no recoil on that thing. Let's have a look at what it's actually doing in terms of flux. Oh yeah, it's a big spike of soft flux, isn't it? But it's not firing very quickly. Although it is building up a chunk of flux as you fire. Take that, rock. Let's see how accurate it is at... I mean, it's just a straight line, so you can just hit anything at range. I kinda like this. Oh, I'm trying to compensate whilst spinning. I'm trying to do too many complicated things. Yeah, I mean, look at that flux. That's insane. And the challenge we've got is that takes up so much room that if we were to then try and squeeze some medium missile launchers onto there, we're going to completely run out of ordnance points. And I know we can start dropping vents and capacitors and all the other stuff. Yeah, you're right, with the shield on, that's going to absolutely run it high. So, if I click undo, yeah, I get my credits back and it undoes that. So that lets me just test it, play around with it, come back and go, yeah, maybe not. Ah. So ordnance expertise is it one of these? Gold skill second group. Oh, sorry, gold skill second group, yes. Ordnance expertise. Ah, yeah, so you spend a massive chunk of OP on weapons, and then it gets offset by that, especially if you've made it elite. So you get more capacity and better dissipation. That could be kind of cool. I do like the Manticore, it's quite funky, although the shield on the Hammerhead is more forgiving for a new player like me, because you've not got to position yourself quite so aggressively. But I like it a lot. If you're new, welcome on in. We do daft roleplay type stuff, any game where we can get chat involved. So if you're following and you want to name one of my ships, or you want to name a captain when we've got one, do feel free to just pop it in chat if you're following, and you can name someone. You can be invested in the game and feel terrible when they get blown up in a ball of fire. I stream typically Starsector on a Monday, and we've been streaming Battle Brothers on a Friday, though we might mix that slot up a bit, and at some point, particularly for Trainar, we're going to do a RimWorld stream, although I'm going to try and do that midweek as an extra stream rather than as one of our... I don't want to take over the Starsector. I love my Starsector Mondays. I think Monday is always going to be Starsector Day, because as we have learned so far tonight, there's so much more about the game that I need to learn before I've even grasped the basics or played any of it. Like, we've played very little tonight, we've just been learning things like the hyperspace topography and all of that is just so interesting to me. So we're working on it, we're getting there. The way that I look at the Manticore at the moment is I'm not going to be flying this. I think I'm going to find it a lot easier to fly the Hammerhead and do what I need to do in the Hammerhead. My weapon groups are all set right, aren't they? Yes, they are. Cool. So the Hammerhead I'm happy with, in as much as one can be. Let's fit out the Hound, and then let's have a quick look at... So I'm not going to auto-fit it, don't panic, but I want to look at the options the auto-fit tends to recommend. So that would give us assault chain gun, dual light machine gun. That one gives us an assault chain gun, a dual light machine gun, but more capacitors and vents. What's on this one then? Oh, that takes safety overrides as well. Yeah, I for turret weapons I always let them auto fire. To be fair, I do it with almost everything. So at the moment on the Hammerhead, everything's on auto fire, even the mortars, which means I have to be aiming so the mortars can hit. But everything's on auto fire, apart from the missiles, because I want to control when I use my missiles so I don't waste them. So what I tend to do is I tend to build it so that anything that I sort of want firing at all times anyway goes on auto fire. Anything that's either limited ammo or is only really useful after the shields have dropped or is like a real finisher weapon, I keep that on manual control for me to start hammering away with when we've got through to that point. And then that takes a big fat auto cannon and a Vulcan cannon. Railgun and a Vulcan cannon. Okay. So let's see what we've got. At the moment we've got an assault chain gun, which is a medium slot, which is very short range, anti-armour. Then the dual light machine gun for point defence. Was Ordnance Expertise then much more powerful previously, if it's been nerfed? Okay. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, so the Thumper's a frag weapon, so it's going to do next to nothing until you're down to hull. Right, fair enough. So we've got that. We could chuck a heavy mortar on there. That's insanely high flux per second. So really we're just chewing... Yeah, okay. The heavy mortar's 120 DPS for 120 flux per second. That's 500 DPS for 400 flux per second. In terms of trade-off, I actually quite like that. I think that assault chain gun's pretty cool. So we've got the rugged construction, which reduces most effects of negative effects of demods by 50%. So our increased maintenance is knocked down by half, hopefully, which is cool. So the supply cost to recover is not affected because it's only the negative effects of demods. And the ship has 50% chance to avoid new demods, and it's almost always recoverable after battle, and the supply cost to recover from is reduced by 50%. So the Hound is just like... The Hound's like, go, go, go. The Hound's like, blow me up. I shouldn't gain too many more demods. My demods aren't as effective. The negatives, the monthly maintenance and stuff. However, the supply cost is not a negative, so hopefully that 20% is still true. So the Hounds were always a good one to have up there. The thing I really like about Hounds is the shielded cargo holds. So they reduce the probability of contraband being detected because they can confuse long-range cargo scans. So I like that. So with the Hound, right, we want... Let's just see what we can do if we max out that. We really want to be dissipating a lot because we've got very high weapon flux. It's got no shield. We could give it... Before we do that, I'm getting ahead of myself. Before we do that, let's just see what mod specs we've got. So we've got heavy armour here. I quite like accelerated shields as well. So the shield's turn rate is increased and the rate at which they're raised is increased. And we've got, you know, we've got cash. Let's pick up both of these. Oh, you make a massively, massively valid point. It's got no shield, so it can't overload. So maxing out on soft flux really doesn't matter. So capacity is then better to negate potential... Does it still build hard flux then, if you've not got a shield up? Does it not build any hard flux at all? So you can just max out your soft flux, you're not going to overload. Hard flux doesn't build up at all because your shields aren't taking damage. So all you really need to care about is shoving, like, as you say, putting heavy armour on it because it's completely armour tanking. So heavy armour would give it like another 150 points. What? What, did the stream die? Has anybody else lost the stream? It's still working for me. I still have everything. But... Ooh, okay. I hope nobody else missed a chunk to hiccups. It's all looking good at my end, but... Fingers crossed. So yeah, shoving... So we're not worried about fluxing at all. Because we're not going to generate hard flux because we haven't got a shield. Our weapon flux, if we hit our soft flux cap, isn't going to overload us. Presumably we can still shoot as normal at max flux. So capacitors and vents, less important then for this ship. Like, do I need any at all if it's not rocking a shield? Well, I'll tell you what. Easiest thing in the world. Let's just sim it. Like, we build flux mega quickly. Ah, yeah, so once you cap out flux, it does slow you. You'll still stop your weapons firing. But it's obviously not going to overload you. So we're still going to build. So we really want a massive amount of capacity, and we want some ability to vent. And then what's the special on here? Flare launcher. Nice. I like the hound. Look how sneaky that little beast is. Love it. Love it. See, I'm asking all these questions of chat when actually I should just dive in simulation and try it out and see what's happening. So we do want some capacitors and some vents. I'm not saying we're not going to put any more hull mods on, but I just want to see what the difference is if we max those out. Yeah, now we can fire for way longer. And then if we let go for just a second, it vents pretty quickly. We can vent quite successfully. I'm a big fan of this. This is what I'm going to do to test my ships in future, is just take them in the simulation. I know that people have said it to me before and they're not wrong, but play with the builds. And we're just going to kill some rocks. Yeah, like it a lot. Ah, of course, yeah, because it's percentage scaling. So what do we need? Auxiliary thrusters. We only need 4, don't we? Oh my god, look at that thing. Speedy, speedy, speedy. Really speedy, so fast that I'm struggling to hit stuff. There we go. So we're fluxing out much quicker here, but we're still able to fire. Wow, that's so manoeuvrable, it's insane. Boom, done. Yeah, love it. Maxing out vent's good for the hand if you're putting a chain gun on. Caps are usually unnecessary because it can vent while engaged, yeah. Yeah, I suppose you're less bothered about dropping your shields to vent either, because you've not got shields, so... So what we're saying is, we could drop the caps to max out vents, and we could bang 1 in, and then we've got heavy armour and auxiliary thrusters, which gives us better armour. Love it, love it. I'm happy with that, and we've got a point defence weapon on there as well. So very quickly, let's have a look. What can we do with this bad boy? Like the Gauss cannon's amazing, but it's the only massive weapon here. And it eats up way too much stuff for me. What we were thinking of doing was switching all these for light autocannons, weren't we? The light autocannon is 100 DPS, 80 flux per second, which is not a bad ratio compared to these two. And then we were looking at trying to get some medium missiles. So the only ones we've got the Pilum, which is long range support. We really don't want that because it's way outside the rest of our ranges. So actually, the mediums we've got on at the moment are probably the best choice we've got. Anti-shields to support these to try and crack it so we can finish it with the Devastator. Yeah, I really like a couple of hounds in a fleet because they tend not to accrue the demods and get spanked quite as badly if you lose them, and they've got the shielded cargo holds and they are really quick little zip in and out and harass things. I like them. I love it. I love it. Release the hounds. Right guys, we're going to go and do some adventuring. We've been playing Starsector for the best part of 2 hours. We have sorted out, I think, our fleet. I am much more confident with what we have now compared to what we did have. I really am. We've got 5 ordnance points left on here. So we put the expanded missile racks in here, which is useful. So we have not played with this particularly well. What are the stats on it? It's not really a shit for expanded cargo racks. I only saw one Karma. The only one on the market is the Pilum, which is essentially, you know, it's a big backline shot from 4K away. So I didn't think it was particularly complementary with our 900 meter get in their face and chew them up with a Devastator cannon sort of build. That's the only one that's on the market, legal or illegal. So we're currently 5 under. We could improve capacity. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. Like the Pilums could be really nice on the Manticore, but I think with a Devastator, like maybe with the Gorse Cannon or something even longer range, great. But with the Devastator, you want to be up in their face, and so you're just going to expend all of your Pilums on your way in. They're not going to be contributing to your pressure, and then they're doing nothing, whereas at least the Sabos, even though they're not particularly impressive, can combine with the autocannons to add a bit of shield pressure. Okay, well, I think for me the Gorse Cannon at the moment needs a bit more fiddling and a bit more experience. I'm happy with it as it is. We've got the compromised hull, that's a big deal. Heavy armour's a big chunk of OP on here. I mean, we could just drop a load more capacitors on it and leave it as is, or we could give it more peak operating time. I mean, it's the type of ship that's probably going to stick around a bit longer anyway, because it's less likely to get early popped. Insulated engine assembly would offset some of the negatives of the compromised hull demod. Not that I'm saying that's why we would take it, but its sensor profile comes down. Ah, thank you, Karma, really useful to know. Yeah. But it takes the sensor profile down, right? And the sensor profile at the moment is, it's not terrible, but it's not great. But it increases the durability of the engines, and given that this is a relatively slow ship with exposed rear engines and only 180-degree shield arc, do we think insulated engine assembly might be quite useful for it? Just give us back 10% of that hull and protect the engines a little bit more. And I don't mind a smaller sensor profile, because, you know, if we're doing any sneaky trading and stuff, couple of hounds and a small looking fleet could be quite good. Blast doors stop it breaking up, don't they, if it gets blown up. Oh no, hull integrity by 20%, and we take fewer casualties from Hull damage in combat. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, so what the D-mod's given us a 30% reduction. So if we were to put blast doors on it, we essentially negate it down to about a 10% reduction in hull, but we keep the 20% supply cost recovery reduction, which is nice. The thing I like about the insulated engines is we've only got to drop one of the capacitors and chuck it in. We'll give it a go. We'll see how we get on. So I'm pretty happy with this. And as nobody is grabbing a ship to sort of take control of or to name, I think it's time we found ourselves an objective. So first off, let's see if we've got anybody to hire. Who's our freelance administrator? After a short wait, your connection request is accepted. Canada Emerson looks you over in eager appraisal. Word is you might be getting into the colony business. I see, that's not what an administrator's for. We are not getting into the colony business yet. We will go bankrupt. I have learnt this from watching Dragon Guy play via Discord. And if anyone's on at the moment and you want to join us on Discord, we've got a pretty active Starsector discussion section on our Discord, which I've been learning a lot of stuff from, as one of our guys, Dragon, picked the game up on my last stream, as did Tinmas. And Dragon and Karma have been discussing the game at length, and I've learnt loads. So if you want to join the Discord, there's a link down below, and more the merrier on there to discuss all the games we play. We've got subsections for all of them, and you'll learn when I'm going live in terms of midweek streams and some of these other ones that aren't the Monday, Friday standards. I'm going to try and sort of bring the number back up again. We dropped off a little bit in streaming over the last sort of 3 weeks because I was on holiday and we had some technical issues in me streaming from the wilds of Scotland. But now that we're back, I want to try and get back up to where we were before, which is 25, 30, 35. We were pushing 40 hours one month, so you know, a good chunk of streaming every month. But that means that I only schedule the Monday, Friday because the midweeks depend on what I'm doing for work. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, well, welcome on into the Discord, my friend. The more people we've got in there, the better. And that's where hey, Dragon's on! Haha, talk of the devil. So, once we're in, the more people we've got on Discord, the more chat we've got going around our games, the more we can learn, everyone can share their experiences and ask their questions. We'll build a bit of a community, but also when I'm going live, I'll put a post on there to let you know. So I didn't do a 5 minutes to go today, but I did say this morning what time I'd be streaming tonight. And the same will be true if we do, you know, a Tuesday or a Thursday stream or a weekend stream in addition to our 2 normal ones. The best place to find that out is to be on the Discord. So do feel free to join us there. It is a good time. Yes, please. I would love a lager, please. That'd be amazing. Oh, look at that, just as my throat's getting dry, the wife appears, a wild wife appears and offers drinks. That is top quality wifing service. Thank you, love. I'd like a glass, please. I don't have one. I've been drinking tea. Oh, well, that even saves me getting up and breaking the stream, other than I'm going to have to go for a very quick pee break, but that will be much quicker if I don't end up going and getting a drink. So, we're not going to be doing any colony stuff, because I learned from Dragon's playthrough, she is way too good to me, Tinmas. Like, you know me, bro, I do not deserve this at all. I got very, very lucky. And it has nothing to do with the fact that my wife suffered a head injury shortly after she met me. That is not the reason we ended up getting married. Yeah, we're going to go and do some stuff. But yeah, I've learned from Dragon Guy's playthrough via Discord and his updates. I've learned that starting colonies early can be a bit of a crippling experience, so we're not going to be touching that just yet. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to the dockside bar, see if we can find some intel. I did check for officers, yeah, there was nothing here. That's what I was doing when I clicked on the administrator. But I'm going to go down to the dockside bar and see what we can find. You take a shuttle down to the main concourse and quickly find a likely-looking establishment. You enter the crowded, well-lit space and take in the rows of taps adorning the walls under bottles from every one of the core worlds. Ooh, thank you, love. Wonderful, thank you. The door doesn't have to be that shut. Thank you. And a few from elsewhere. Merchant captains mingle with off-duty officers at the bar, served efficiently by uniformed staff. Wait for the noise. Oh, satisfying. In one corner, a pack of Navy cadets shout and sing, desperately enjoying their last work shift of freedom. A military officer is holding court at one of the nicer tables. You watch a merc captain approach, perform a perfunctory exchange of words and a mutual tap of data pads. They appear to be acting as some kind of system patrol liaison, contracting out bounties, so they sound interesting. Also, a tough-looking man in powered armor in a power armor undersuit downs acrid liquor, intimidating anyone who comes too close with a feral stare. Well, I think the first thing we do is chat with a tough-looking man wearing the powered armored undersuit. Oh, Henry Phelps. He looks mean, and he's got a red name. I think that means he's a pirate. I think that's his faction. Yeah, you don't want to be pissing off the Persians. Right, you approach, maintaining your cool despite the withering stare. The man laughs at your composure and welcomes you to sit with a gust of eye-watering liquor fumes. "I like you," he exclaims to the entire bar, which ignores the shout. "You're not a scared little dirtworm." There was 2 accents in 2 sentences there, you're welcome. Your best new friend is full of boasts and brags, and you're surprised to discover he's sharper than he looks, as he slips pointed questions about your background and capabilities into his braggadocio. That's a hell of a word. I love it when that comes. I have no idea what that means. Adopting a lower voice but keeping his eyes scanning the room, he says, "Why, level captain, you can handle your flux, and I respect that. I'm wondering if you want to get a job with me." He smiles, showing off a full set of titanium teeth. "Wanna know more?" Yeah, the pirates and the Luddic Church, man. Are the Luddic Church separate from the Path in terms of a faction? Because I've been doing some stuff with the Church, but I've not touched the full-on Luddic Path boys. Thank you, Karma. That was what I read by context, and the phrasing of it is, it's like bragging. It's almost like brag foo, but it's not, the literal definition I'd never heard. But thank you. That is really worth knowing. I thought they were dragon. Like, I've dabbled with the church and I have visited many of the shrines, but I have yet to decide whether or not I want to mess around with the Path, because those boys seem dangerous. Right, do tell. I want to know more. Right, there's a Mora-class carrier collecting space dust in a lightly guarded orbital hangar. We made a plan to jack the ship. My original sponsor got cold feet. Dirtworm, like I said. It'd be a waste not to do the job after all that work, yeah? I just don't got any use for a spaceship. I got schematics of the hangar and security codes. The guards operating everything. Guards schedule everything. I'll even come along on the operation, so you know it's on the up and up. My price is 30,000 credits, non-negotiable, and you'll need to provide at least 50 Marines for this to work cleanly. I don't expect active resistance, but all the guards got to be covered to ensure no one tries to be a hero. You in? Space pirates for me are always vaguely Irish, because my Wednesday night space pirate captain is Irish. Not quite that accent, but I didn't want to do exactly that accent in case Traynar's still on and it makes him nervous. Apparently we've got ads incoming in 10 seconds, so anyone who gets the ads, they should be done in a minute. Hopefully I will see you on the other side. I won't do anything too exciting or any really good voices until afterwards. I'd like some detailed info on the target vessel. So what he's telling me is it's a Mora carrier. We don't have a carrier at the moment. It's not that bad. It's got compromised armour, but it's only 250 lost, which is like 20% of the armour. And 10,000 hull with a big fat Omni shield. I want this. I really want this. Glory Girl, welcome on in. It's great to see you. Thank you for first time chatting. Obviously you're a Starsector player. You know this game better than I do, which is great. Chat are really helping me with this. This is my first proper normal playthrough of Starsector, and it's only our second session of this playthrough. So really, really love it. I've got a few fighter LPCs, yeah. I'll show you what I've got in a minute. How many fighter bays have we got on a Mora? Does it say on here? Oh yeah, 3 fighter bays. I've got a couple of LPCs. Previous carrier that I ran in my easy playthrough, I was working with I think a couple of bombers and 1 flight of broadswords to try and basically put down damage and harass and try and sort of flux people out, rather than lots of small fighter wings that were getting killed quickly. But again, I've not played with carriers very much, if at all, so any advice is always welcome. But yeah, Glory Girl, unless you've got adverts at the moment, if you're still knocking around, it's great to have you on board. If you want to name a ship, then drop a follow. Anyone who's following can name a ship. You can name an officer once we've recruited some officers. But that advice is really useful because it is very much my first playthrough, and I am in love with this game. It's just brilliant. Yeah, so talons and broadswords I seem to drown in my previous playthrough, and we don't have sufficient. Oh right, we can't even agree and then buy the Marines. We have to have the Marines. So we'll decline this, but I want to come back here. I want 50 Marines. We don't have Marines for sale here, but I think they've got Marines for sale at one of the pirate bases in this system. So at the moment I've got 1 flight of broadswords and a load of piranhas. Yeah, there's talons and broadswords galore for sale here. So the piranhas are bombers. So these are the 2 that you get as part of the tutorial. What I ran last time was 1 lot of broadswords, 1 lot of piranhas, because the piranhas are dropping high-powered bombs for damage. The broadswords sort of protect people and so on. In a 3-bay setup, I quite like the idea of... okay. Right, so can I look at the map? Can I look at, like, the mining station in the map? Will it show me info on the station? Or do I have to be docked in the station to see like the relevant system? Oh, is it in the system info? No, it's only the colony info you can get from here. So I can only access the colony info if I'm docked at that colony, not from anywhere in the system. Yeah, so this is something you taught me about last time, Karma, which is really, really useful. About using this to look at commodities that are manufactured, where the some of the surpluses are and some of the requirements are. But the only way I could look at the pirate station would be to fly there. Yeah, so the patrol HQ basically gives you fleet staff, but nothing else. What I also want to look at actually is, where are we? We're 206 out of 185. I think we want to recruit a few more crew, especially if we're going to pick up a carrier, because A, we're going to need to be able to crew it, but also we're going to lose a few crew, aren't we, when we lose fighters. What are these priced at the moment? Whew, they're expensive here. Okay. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's where I was. So Intel Planet, so that's the colony info. But But it doesn't show me any of the information on... I suppose it shows me the improvements, doesn't it? So if I looked at... Oh wow, that's got quite a lot of stuff actually for various systems. Like it. Yeah, so for Ankara, for example, I can see the issues with the actual planet, like the survey data, and the same for the Denrin Caillou pirate mining station. If I click on it, I can lay in a course, set it on the map, and go back to the planet list, but it doesn't give me the trade data from here. I'd have to actually go there. Yeah, cool. Okay, well that's fine. It's a quick shot, and I think we can find Marines there, and I would like to get me this carrier. I think that would be awesome fun for tonight. And Glory Girl thinks it's a bargain, so if it's a bargain, you know, who am I to turn it down? Denrin Caillou's down here at the moment. Right. I am not going to bother pinging sustained burn for now, because it gives me a chance to have a drink, and then I can bash off my transponder once we're out of range of these various patrols. Try and sneak past the pirates. Although I'm not quite sure what the pirate patrols are like there now. I reckon we could have them. I completely agree with you, Karma. I think you're probably right, but it looks cool. There we got a neutral bounty hunter patrolling for stuff, that's fine. Okay, so no Marines here either. What have we got here in terms of mod specs? Expanded deck crew. Efficiency overhaul. That seems pretty good. Reduce maintenance cost, fuel use, crew requirement by a further 10% if you S-mod it. Okay. I mean, you make a valid point. Why on earth am I not checking the black market, and why didn't I do that at Ankara? But yes. That's a missile autoloader again. That seems more expensive than it did at the last place. Got some broadswords and some talons. Definitely like the idea of that. What have we got to buy here? My god, I always forget that you can buy ships at stations by going to the fleet menu, not the crew cargo menu, which I always think of as the shop. Like another Hound I would like at some point. Degraded life support doesn't bother me too much. Top speed's not great in a Hound, although it's still pretty fast, having lost only 13. Glory Girl, wow, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. We had a couple of follows tonight, which has been great. We're pushing up towards our 75 target. I think we're like 68ish now or something. I don't know, is it on my channel? Yeah, 68, nice. One more to the magic sex number. Not that I'm pushing us towards that, but... Right, whoever gets that, I think that's a real terrible shame for them. I was looking at missile launchers before I got talking filth, wasn't I? What were we looking for? We were looking salamander pods. See, I don't even know what stuff looks like. Those are thumpers, aren't they? Yeah. I knew thumpers. There we go, salamander medium pods. 2000 range, anti-end. Oh, are they the ones that sort of fly round the back and then try and come into the engines? Cold Fury, a massive... Oh, well, Cold Fury, you're the one. You are the Magic 69. Whether you're proud of that or not, I don't know, but that's you, my friend. The Magic 69. We are pushing that 75. That is awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm absolutely loving this game at the moment, and the best thing I love about it, and the thing I've always loved about streaming, is having people who know the game well and can come and sort of help me learn it, help me sort of pick up the game a bit quicker than I would have done, but also know it well enough and are passionate enough about it that they enjoy sort of hanging out and don't mind watching a noob stumble through it in their sort of fumbling way. It's... yeah, I like that a lot. Ah, I see. Yeah, you make a valid point there, Karma. So what you're saying is I could have the salamanders to try and cripple something and then just fly right up in its face and let all my auto weapons just unload on it, pull that shield down, get the Devastator to rip it to shreds. It's pretty tempting. What are they? They're not expensive, are they, at all? Like 1440 is not bad. We could certainly buy two of them and give ourselves the option. I like it. And at least then we've got a medium missile mounted rather than two little ones we've got at the moment, which are just sort of helping with the shield damage. Let's buy a couple. I like it. In which case, would the missile autoloader really help with that? Like, how many have they got? They've only got a couple of missiles, haven't they? Oh, no, I'm doing the wrong thing. Speed tracking, no flux cost. Oh no, it already has a combat rated autoloader. Yeah, perfect advice, Karma. You see, the thing I need to do, Dragon, is less of... I tend to sort of whack a load of orders out when we first see the enemy, and then I'm all focused on flying my own ship and doing my own thing, and by the end of it, I've either wiped them all out with my cool fleet, or they've wiped my cool fleet out, and I wasn't really paying attention to which one happened when. So it says it's got a combat-rated autoloader system, so they're useful in protracted engagements. Does that mean... because it doesn't say ammo anywhere. Oh, I see. It hasn't got limited ammo, it's just got a 25-second refire delay. So it's got a really heavy refire delay, but you don't need to worry about the ammo for them. So the autoloader's not a massive deal, although at some point I'd like to pick up an autoloader as well. I don't want to spend too much here because we need to buy some Marines, we still need 30 grand to pay the dude, and we need to be able to sort of keep going. So we've got Sarissa. Are they bombers? Because there's only 3 of them in the swarm. Yeah, daggers have got torpedoes. Oh no, twin light autocannons. And then we got claws here as well. Okay. Now, what are these? These are only 4 OP, right? So the salamanders are 6. That's not terrible. So we need an extra 4 OP total. So the question is, where do we take it from? The expanded missile racks are now completely useless, aren't they? Because we don't care about ammo capacity on our missile weapons. So let's get rid of those. Right, we've got unlimited ammo. So we could either afford to whack on another hull mod for 8 points, or max out our capacitors. So we could put blast doors on here, which would help with the compromised hull. Compromised hull's at 30%. We chose to go with insulated engine assembly, but now we can afford to do both. So actually our hull is chunking back up again. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Nice. I'm going to start making slightly quicker, slightly messier decisions on fitting, just so that we're not in the fitting screen all day, but I like that a lot. That is really rather good. Cool, we still need to find some Marines. Ah, okay. Yeah, so counter measures so that you can sort of avoid and get around some of the other bad stuff. Wicked. Thank you, Karma. Really, really useful. Tin Mass, I have no idea what I'm doing. Never have, never will. I sort of feel like this game, what are these selling for here? I don't care. We're carrying around with us a whole load of steel we don't need. Right, we're still hunting some Marines. So the only other place, the research station's surely not going to have Marines, is it? We need 50 of them. The crew here is still pretty expensive. So we could check the Academy station before we just abandon ship completely in here. We could also have a look. We have got no people who are looking to be hired on. Ah, Cold Fury, you genius, of course. So if we look at crew and try and find some cheapo places, like EMA is likely to have some at 22. You know how I love a massive wall of text that I can misread with great abandon. So what we could do, right, we could fly ourselves to EMA, we could pick up a bit more crew and hopefully some Marines. Then we could come back here, hopefully the guy still has his mission for us. I don't know if those missions expire, but if hopefully we get back and he's still offering us the mission. I want to go and raid somewhere with some Marines on a ground operation. I'd love to have the carrier, but I just really like the idea that, you know, we get to do a ground operation with some Marines and see how well it goes. That will be really cool. So we can get to EMA and back with our current fuel load. We're all good. Let's stop dawdling and do it. Let's play the game. Oh, we're going to get done for not having our our transponder on. Let's jump to hyperspace. You're not going to get me now, boy. Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He's unhappy. Oh, he jumped out, but he didn't follow us all the way through. Oh, Hegemony's still following us, but not at great speed. Right, so the pirate base bounty's expired. I wonder how long before the ship offer expires. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I thought we were just going to snip between those two little storms and make it. We're going to jump keeping the transponder off for just a second, because we're going to a pirate base. Right. Where is the pirate base? Oh my god, Koras, it's all the way out there. Right, so what we'll do is we'll put the transponder on for a bit, because we're going to be flying through Persian League sector. We've got a bounty in Hybrasil. Bounties. Hybrasil for Tritachyon. Oh yeah, it's one of those go out and mess a whole load of stuff up, and per frigate you'll get yourself a chunk of cash. Hybrasil's pretty close. 57 days. know that the two that spawn in the tutorial get mopped up really quickly, and although they last for several days, most of the pirates sort of disappear. Do the organic ones that are not related to the tutorial, do they stick around a bit longer? So if I go during the 57 days, if I don't go in the first 3 or 4 days, do I miss out on most of the pirates? Not that I'm particularly looking to engage pirates at the moment. Right, we've got ourselves something up here. Looks like it is a fleet, and it's emergency burning in on me. Ooh. They are pursuing us. I didn't turn my transponder off yet, but then we're still well within... maybe we're not. Right, okay, we could try and run, or we could just see what they want. You're happy pirates, big surprise. Destroyer... couple of Cerberus, couple of Kite. I reckon we could take them. I've no idea how the Enforcer is, particularly as a pirate ship, but I mean, they did an emergency burn to try and catch us, didn't they? So their combat readiness is slightly low. That particular Kite has a terrible combat readiness. I think we must have hit something on the way in. Yeah. Well, that's what I thought, Karma. I remembered you said it before, and I was assuming that only applies to those particular 2 bounties because they're sort of scripted as part of the tutorial. But the others, I assume, if we go there in the 57-day window, you know, as long as we're not right at the very end of it, we should get some action and do some stuff. I think we're going to try and take these boys. We're going to leave this Kite at home because its combat readiness is horrific. But I think we've got a good shot at this. Well, let's open a comlink and see what they've got to say. When you get to the next life, tell them it was Themis Triton that sent you. Yeah, it's not Themis Triton that's going to send you to the next life. I remember you saying that, Karma. You can see the red arrows on the systems. Right, we're going to move into engage. We're going to deploy all, but we're not taking that one with us. I'm happy with that. Right, I would like... Where's my... I thought I had another Kite. I thought I had 2 kites. Apparently I didn't deploy either of them. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So that's the... That's the Wayfarer, not the drone tender. Okay, I think we're good for now. We're good. Let's get moving. Right, so let's see what we've got. We've got the Kite coming in here. We've got the combat freighter, and the other Kite. And then somewhere behind it is the big beefy one. Yeah, I think this is an easy fight. I'm almost tempted to just let them do stuff, and we'll see what goes on. Let's just see if we can't smack something up first. Oh, that's the wrong button. I've been testing other ships. Oh, you cheeky little Kite. Oof. We're getting hit from both sides. I'm going to mess this up, boys. Right, we're not having that. We'll get rid of you, and then we're not dealing with attacks from 2 sides. Let's just see how everyone's doing. Where have we split up at the moment? Right, the big boys come down the middle. So you're taking that. I'm chasing a Kite, which I don't really want to be doing. I want to be coming back to the middle. So you come back and harass this. I will come back with you rather than letting the Kite try and bug me into stuff. Although it's going to harass me the whole way. Yep, it's getting close. Oh, I didn't get the shield up in time. Right, get him out of the way. We've taken a bit of damage, but we're alright. Back off, flux is too high. Damn it, I was trying to skip the overload. It's not the most useful thing we've done. Back off. Drop the shield. Oi, take that. Right, boys, okay. That was a big bang. I went almost blind. I think I turned that off in my options previously. And obviously my options have all reset following my Java update. Because that was a proper beef move. I did not fall for his kite nonsense. I let him get a couple of hits on me, but I brought him back into the main battle and then turned on him. I am deeply proud of myself. Right, here we go. We're never going to catch up to this lot. I've not done anything stupid now. I'm not running with my shield on, that's fine. So I've taken a fat chunk of damage from this, many of which I didn't need to take. But I haven't lost a ship yet. There we go. Oof, Jesus. Oh right, they were held in reserve. We destroyed the pirates. The kite retreated and we destroyed everything else. And we're good. We've taken a bit of a pounding, but we're okay. We could pursue them. The kite's just going to outrun us, I think. Or we could harry their retreat. What's the difference? Reduces combat readiness of all disengaging ships as if they were deployed. Slows down your fleet for a while as you... So I think we just let them go. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, the Hound got absolutely spanked. You're right. Didn't pick up any new D-mods, though. Which I'm happy about. Still only got the one. But, you know, that's Hounds for you. So at this point we've got one half knackered kite. If we try and chase it, I think it's just going to outrun us. So I think we just let him go and then pick through the wreckage. Your ships make no move to pursue, allowing the enemy forces to withdraw without further incident. After the battle, one crew and no marines were rescued from life pods and intact components in the wrecks. The salvage chief reports that several ships disabled or destroyed during the battle can be restored to basic functionality. Recovering ships instead of breaking them will greatly reduce the salvage gained. Let's consider ship recovery. Wow, we can recover a load of stuff. Well, we can recover our own Hound, so actually maybe it does gain a D-mod if we recover it. Yeah, okay. And for story points, we could recover the Pirate Strike, which already has increased maintenance, degraded shields, and structural damage. It's pretty battered. We've lost a lot of hull. It's a really expensive supplies per month ship to run. Needs a right fat skeleton crew, and takes a lot more shield flux. I'm not sure we want to try and take the Strike. And everything else is stacked with D-mods, at least 4 of them. So I think I want to recover my Hound, and that's all. So, salvage crews are able to recover 874 credits from CPU cores. And the pirates don't like us. We pick through the wreckage, we'll have all of that stuff, please. We're not going to chase him down, I'm not bothered. I'm sorry, did that say he was trying an interdiction pulse? That's absolutely, completely hilarious. Right, so we've got battles going on here. This is absolutely hot pirate territory. Right, let's stick in the ring, so to speak. Oh, no. I've still got sustained burn on, have I? I wasn't turning very quickly. Oh, okay, that is not the pirate station I'm looking for. An ultralight orbital mirror array used to reflect and concentrate solar energy. Stellar mirrors are a common terraforming tool, and the art of their use was brought to apogee by the Eridani Utopia Terraforming Corporation during the golden age of the domain's expansion phase. Okay, we've sort. Right, we need to get to the world. Interesting. Oh, I see. Because we fought the pirates around here, we've generated a lot of interest, and they still know it's us. We've got to wait at least 2 weeks before we can even dock here. Yikes. Okay, what are we using at the moment in terms of supplies? We're on 4.6 per day. That's not terrible because we've looted a load of supplies. What else is in this system? We could go back to Salamanca and try and just stock up a little bit. There's the abandoned station. Let's head back towards Salamanca. Just take stock of where we are. That's a big old fleet. Okay, we'll just pull ourselves a little way out of here. Get the transponder back on as we approach. It's the fact that in this game, it's one of the things I absolutely love about it. You don't generally hit the navigation and say, right, autopilot, off you go, and then like watch a bit of YouTube and have a drink and wait. You've got to monitor everything that's going on the whole time. So you need to work out like whether you want to be doing a sustained burn, whether you want your transponder on or off, whether you're running dark, whether you're going slow, what your sensor profile is at all times. And sometimes it's quite overwhelming to do. You're like, what am I doing now? And I like that. You've got to actively engage with the game. You've got to, even when you're just moving from station to station in system or system to system in hyperspace, you need to be mindful of where you are and what you're doing. It's awesome. Right, I think we'll repair our ships at the dockyard. It's not going to cost us too many supplies. Right, we've got some marines here. We've not got enough, but Black Market will have a few as well. So between them, we're going to have enough. So let's buy legal marines. They're pricey. This whole operation is going to cost us a bit, but hopefully, if not all the marines die, we've got a pretty decent shot. The crew here are not too expensive. Let's buy another 50 crew. So we've got some marines and some crew. Makeshift shield generator presumably is something that we can put a shield onto a ship that doesn't have it, so we could potentially put a shield on a hound. Black market the black market weapons are... Ooh, what's that? That's a Locust SRM. There's only one of them, but that would work in the slot. What's the range on it? No flux cost, burst fire, refire delay. Dragonfire torpedoes. Ooh, Arbalest autocannons. They look pretty sexy. Oh yeah, it's large. I couldn't see the third inner box because the icon's so big I could only see the two boxes around it, but you're right, that's a large missile. I thought it looked pretty chunky. Atropos torpedoes, Gorgon SRMs. I like the Arbalests. They've got an alright DPS and a relatively low flux per second for the... Flux per damage is low, 0.75. Those are pretty good. 8 ordnance points. They wouldn't do too badly in place of the mortars on the front of the hammerhead. Because the mortars are anti-armor and they're generating more flux per damage. I think they're 7 OP rather than 8 that we'd be running on these. So we'd need an extra couple of ordnance points, but that would really up my anti-shield capability. Between the Arbalests and the railguns, we should be able to nuke shields. I think a couple of those could be really good fun on the front of the hammerhead. They're not that expensive. Let's have them. We've got no suspicion at the moment, and still none. We're good, which is good because we need to buy some more Marines yet. And if we bought 18 Marines, that would take us to 56, which means if we lose a few in the operation, we should still have them. We're buying them at 242, so not terrible given what we could be buying them for. They're not. I mean, we could get them way cheaper, right? But if we want to go and get that mission done, we're not spending a lot extra to potentially then spend 30k and go and hopefully find ourselves a carrier, which I think has got to be the objective for this evening. And then maybe the objective for the rest of the night is trying to fit the carrier. Where have we got 300? There's quite a few that have got 300 available, but all apart from the Cuirass pirate station we're going to have to fly to, which is going to cost us supplies and fuel and offset some of that cost. Like at the moment we only need 50 to accept the operation, and we can stock up on them a bit later. So I'm quite happy with that. Oh god, the heavy armaments look expensive. I was sort of hoping we could pick up some cheap heavy armaments. OMAS, sorry, OMAS. Why do I not see OMAS on that list? So I'm interested, right? I can see the systems down the right hand side. The middle one here is Cuirass, the pirate station in this system, which we can't dock at for another 2 weeks. Ah, yeah. We can't dock there for 2 weeks because we just blew up some pirates. And I'm slightly worried that if we wait 2 weeks, we might lose that other mission, although I don't know how that works. Maybe that doesn't happen, but I want to try and get that carrier if we can get it. We need to stock up on some fuel while we're here, but we don't need to get fuel off the black market, particularly when we're already a little bit I suspect we're going to have a minimum... Oh, we've got a medium suspicion level now, yeah. So we're going to grab those. We are going to grab some fuel, and we're definitely going to grab some supplies. Supplies are not super cheap here. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Well, it absolutely could, Karma, but presumably they have an expiry date. So, like, it could have expired the moment I left that station. It could have just gone, yeah, that was your last shot. But the way I figure it, if we've got 50 Marines on board, if that one's gone, you know, big deal. But in future, we will at least have the opportunity to do more of those missions by having some Marines on board, which I just didn't have before. Let's have a quick look at the mod specs. I don't want to spend too much more. I want to keep our running costs relatively light because we're going to lose nearly half of what we've got now just to take that mission if it's still available. Right. Thank you, Cold Fury. That's really, really useful. So we've got the efficiency overhaul again, which I quite like. I think that's got potential on some ships. And the makeshift shield generator... Oh, I see, reduces top speed by 20%. So I sort of feel if you've got a ship that doesn't have a shield on it, it's sort of built to not run with a shield, and therefore you can just double down on armour and speed or whatever else its other capabilities are. But I don't know. But the makeshift shield generators and the missile autoloaders seem to be ubiquitous. It looks like you can pick those up almost anywhere. So I think we've got what we need. Let's go and try and accept this mission. Let's just open the comms directory. No, we don't have anyone we can hire. Curses. So what's going to happen here is we're going to find that there was one of those missions that was similar in EMA, and we're going to go back to Galatia and it's going to have expired. But I don't care, we're fine, let's just do it. Ah, cool, thanks Karma. It's worth knowing. I've seen a few of them recently, but you never know whether that's just RNG or whether that's, you know, the fact that they are very, very easy to find. I can't get over the fact I've got just this big thing in the middle of my Twitch screen that says 69 followers, which makes me giggle more than it should as a man in my mid-40s. Hey! I always forget about the monthly income that you get to start with from the academy. That monthly income's really useful. I live in fear of when it runs out, because I'm going to get to the point where I am dependent on it. And then suddenly I'll be like, oh my god, I got to make all my own money. Who have we got here? So you can't, like, you can pause the game at any time, that's wonderful, but the game doesn't even allow you the joy of sitting in hyperspace with a beer in your hand. You've got to be aware of what you're doing at all times. It's ace. I'm sorry, hyperspace derelict? Did I miss a derelict up top? Ah, interesting, Cold Fury. That's really, really useful to know. I've not even done any of the salvaging of research stations, ruins and stuff. That's properly useful. Where was this derelict? Is it likely to still be there? I know I'm just wasting fuel at this point. I really, really need to pay attention to what I'm doing and not just not getting stuck in hyperspace clouds. Oops. What? What? Okay, I accidentally hit the wrong button. That's really bad. And now I'm completely stuck in emergency burn. Okay. Yeah, that was not worth going back for, you're absolutely right. Man, you have to pay attention to so many things in this game. I just love it. I say this about Starsector a lot. It's one of those games that it's really, really easy. Aha! Oh, we got Mud Skipper. Yeah. I don't want another Mud Skipper, but I'll definitely take free salvage. It is one of those games where I sort of think about it as a... mate, I'm going to talk to you all day long. But we're going to do this mission now. I said it. We're going to do it. Turn the transponder on. Jump on it. Right. Let's see where we're at. Right, that's Galatia Academy. We want to be at Ankara. And see if the dude is still there. No, I know that wasn't it. Otherwise, you know, I don't think you'd have got excited. Plus, I wouldn't be torturing you. I just did not see it either time. I'm not getting caught in your solar flares. Off you go. I think it's 50 Marines. We've got 56. I bought 38 Marines legally, and I bought another 18 on the black market to give us 56. So that if a few die in this, we've still got a few spare for future missions. Oh no! The quest has gone! Curses. Or was it here? Was it here or was it at the pirate station? I think it was there though. Yeah, thank you mate. Thank you very much for joining me, really appreciate it. And thank you for joining the Discord, Tin Mass. The more people we've got on the Discord, the more we can talk about Starsector all week, even when I'm not streaming. So I will see you on Discord, mate, if not on WhatsApp or wherever. Have a good one, and I hope you managed to get up in time. 5 AM's a beast. Get some sleep, and space farewell, my fellow captain. Yeah, we've definitely lost that one. Pirate missions. Yeah. Oh, thank you, love. Do you need to measure stuff? Okay. Right, well in that case, we are in a position now to do some kind of marine invasion, and I would like to do one at some point. Let's find out what the rakish man at the end of the bar wants. The man watches your approach. "You want in on the business, that right?" he says, amused at your audacity. "Let me give you a job so easy that any red-headed spacer could manage it. But," he shrugs regretfully, "it's a real shame how many of them just can't follow instructions and end up getting tossed out an airlock." He laughs like this is a good joke. "Deliver the item to the specified location in Epsilon Sirius system, 17 light years away." Bloody hell, that's a heck of a trip. He flips a tripod out of his coat. The display shows a single vacuum desiccated finger. "This is it. The reward's 72,000 credits. Don't be seen making a drop, and don't tell anyone about it." Okay, there's reasons I like and dislike this offer. I like it because it's forcing us way out of the core worlds. I dislike it because it's forcing us way out of the core worlds, and we're going to have to stop for fuel and hope to holy hell we can get back and various other things. The other thing is, not being seen making a drop in my limited experience so far is super difficult. Oh, okay. Right, so the hyperspace derelicts are, are really, really worth looking at. Gotcha. So yeah, this one would take us a long time. It would cost us a fortune in fuels, 72,000 credits actually. you know, we're going to spend a few thousand on fuel just to get out there and then get back at some point. And I've never managed to make a freaking drop without being seen, because they always seem to be at points where it's just swarming with people. Yeah, there's always a fleet waiting, sometimes more than one. And depending on whether you've got like gas giant rings or debris clouds to hide in, it just seems sometimes to be utterly impossible to do it, even though we've got the sensor detection skill. I think that sounds faffy and less fun. We're going to leave that. Still got no staff we can hire. Let's repair some ships. We've taken a little bit of a beating. Might as well learn our efficiency overhaul mod. Let's just have a look what we've potentially got for sale. So if we could just buy a Mora for only 150,000 with 5 D-mods on it, instead of getting one for 30,000 we could have got if we just had the Marines with us. We could have grabbed one at 30,000 with a single D-mod. A tanker wouldn't be a terrible idea. I also wonder, Cold Fury, actually, whether the fact we've got a hound increases our chances of them coming up and asking us and trying to scan us and stuff, of us just going, no, scanners, we've not got anything. Whether having the hound gives us a much better chance of, even if they do scan us, them going, oh, you've not got anything, okay, fair enough. Or are they always, in these missions, are they always triggered to be like, if they scan you, they will find it? So tanker gives us an 800 fuel capacity bonus, which is properly useful. And we could potentially counteract the civilian grade hull to get rid of all the sensor profile nonsense. That would give us the range to start going out and doing some of these big outer space missions, like getting out of the core worlds. This one is significantly cheaper. What's the D-mod on it? Oh god, it's got an erratic fuel injector. So its fuel per light year jump cost goes up, which offsets the fact that it carries a big fat chunk of fuel. I think we're probably better off spending the extra cash. What do people think about the value of having a single tanker in the fleet at this point? I mean, what's the upkeep costs? It's 4 supplies per month. That's a good point. Oh yeah, of course, we can just take a dram, can't we? Like for 13k we can have a no D-mod dram, which will give us another 300, which is still more than doubling our fuel capacity. And isn't really costing us very much. That was going in preparations. Yeah, I think we could take a dram. Right, I want to do militarized subsystems so we don't get all the sensor profile nonsense on it. Arming it is only really useful if we get attacked and have to flee, isn't it? Because they will chase it down. But if they're going to chase it down, they're going to murder it anyway, right? So are we better putting a couple of point defense weapons on the dram and a few vents and capacitors, or are we better maxing out the hull upgrades, like the auxiliary fuel tanks, for example, which I think is not a bad idea for a dram because it gives us even more fuel capacity. Yeah, I've got auxiliary fuel tanks, which I think could be really useful on this. Make it an absolute beast. We could even S-mod it so that we double the fuel capacity and negate the increased maintenance cost. You make a valid point. I mean, in terms of machine guns, I've got a load of dual light machine guns on there for point defence. I could just stick a couple on. And I thought I had a swarmer launcher, maybe not. No, well that's the thing, is it's not worth the story point for a dram. Because you're not even getting, at that size, you're not even really getting the additional fuel capacity. If you've got the biggest possible tanker and you add that and then you S-mod it, you're really adding big chunks. But in this, it's not like it's a percentage gain, it's on the size of the hull. What could I give it? So we've got a couple of point defense weapons, and I could give it... So what kind of small launcher would you recommend for that? Because these are anti-shield, aren't they, the machine guns? So do we want an anti-shield as well? Just something to harass and build up flux? So like a little sabot on there or something? Yeah, you see, I'm not so bothered about Swarmer or Salamander. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so the Salamander can just be peppering people at range. Yeah, good call, good call. Yeah, in terms of burn speed, I'm not as bothered, but I do, for those types of missions which are drop this off or explore this or go here and install this sensor without being found, I do want to try and be as stealthy as I can, just because that type of gameplay seems much harder than a lot of other stuff. So I definitely like the idea of stealth. Like I tend, for the civilian hulls, I tend to do militarized subsystems mainly because it gives you the maximum burn level, which doesn't hurt. But I really like the fact that it increases it negates that ridiculous increase in sensor profile and sensor strength. I know they're only small civilian ships, so the sensor profile isn't that big anyway. But yeah, insulated engine, of course. Again, durability engines. It reduces the sensor profile by 50%, which is 50% of nearly nothing, because the sensor profile's not huge on them. It's only 30. Actually, no, that makes a difference. That does make a difference. Yeah, I'm only really thinking that, like, why wouldn't I put militarized subsystems on there? I'm not so bothered about the extra burn. I'm bothered about the sensor profile. Like, I'm having a sensor profile of 60 on here isn't the end of the world. But if for 7 OP on a ship that I'm not fitting a load of anything else on, I can take that down to 15, that just seems sensible to me. Yeah, it's not the extra 1 burn I'm going for with militarized subsystems, Karma. It's literally that if I leave it as a civilian hull unmodded, that sensor profile is 90. Otherwise, sorry, it's 60. Otherwise, it's 15. Now, it's not a lot in and of itself. They're still small numbers compared to some of the big ships in my fleet, but it all helps just keep that sensor profile down. I think we're pretty good there. What's the... It's not got a lot of cargo capacity, has it? No. It's not got a very high maintenance supplies thing. So maybe instead we put the auxiliary fuel tanks on, just because that's what it's for. I might have some single machine guns. I've got light machine guns. Just shove them on. Oh, I've only got one light machine gun. I thought I had two. I could pick up another light machine gun. There's bound to, there you go. I can get one for 156 credits. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I dropped the insulated engines for the auxiliary fuel tanks. I'm not going to S-mod it, but at least we're up to, 390 fuel capacity, plus 90 is not to be sniffed at on a little ship like that. So that's pretty cool. And then we've got ordnance points left to burn. So I think we don't need as much venting as perhaps we think we do, because hopefully we're not going to be shooting at stuff, but it doesn't cost us anything to have the vents and the capacitors. We might as well have the ordnance points maxed out. Right, we're apparently in adverts. Now, I don't think many of you are seeing the adverts, which is absolutely great, but just in case anybody is, I am going to take a 2-minute break. At most, I'm going to go for a pee, and then I'm going to come right back, and we're going to find some adventure out in the universe. Of course, yeah, if you're trying to retreat, you want to be able to get off the map before they get to you and wail on you. And the unstable injector gives us top speed. Yeah, well, that seems fair enough. Excuse me. Oh, I've been managing to control this cold pretty well tonight, but there's always going to be a first sneeze. That was a bad one. I should have muted the mic. Right. We got ourselves a dram. I'm pleased with that. So we need to do a couple of things. We need to stock up on fuel. And there's a lot of fuel here. And it's selling at a vaguely decent price. Vaguely decent. It's still going to cost us a fortune, but I'm done with that because I want to get it in there so that I can do this. Look at our range now. Our return range is almost... That's the thing I didn't have a concept for, is how much is, for a fleet this size, how much is 690 fuel? And it turns out almost enough to fly to the ends of the galaxy and back. It's insane. So we could totally do that mission now. Like if we come back and go, what am I doing? Yeah, our sensor profile's 1470 with transponder on and sustained burn on. So if we turn those two off, that's really not big. Right, what is a Mark 9? Was that a ship? Was that in here? No. Oh yeah. Oh no, what's that? That's a Mark 14. Of course. Yeah, and you're just jettisoning that fuel if you're full up. Right, it is a gun. Okay, gotcha. Holy, look at the size of that. That's only 18 ordnance points as well. That would go really, really nicely on the... In fact, if we had that... What's that? That's 348 DPS, 1 flux per damage. Brilliant against shields. That strikes me that would really work on the Manticore. Like, that could be a beast on the Manticore. Because it will, because of the Manticore's ballistic thingy upgrade, all our guns are going to be that range, and pretty much everything we've got is going to be anti-shield then, so we can just utterly flood the shields. And it's 2 fewer ordnance points. Right. What is a Hellbore? Oh yes, you're right, there is a Mark 9. There's 3 of them. Oh, so we've got no Hellbores here. What does the Hellbore do? Before we have that discussion, so the thing I like about the Mark 9, we're doing 348 DPS for 2 fewer ordnance points. It's not as much damage as the Devastator Cannon, but the Devastator Cannon is a bit sporadic. Like that 581 DPS, I think that's assuming every one of those shots hits, right? So we could have this as like hitting the engines with the salamanders, everything else could just be nuking shields. We could be absolutely keeping the pressure on them if we had a Mark 9 on there, which I quite like the idea of. I like the idea of a Hellbore, I just don't know what one is, but it sounds cool. However, I'm putting a Mark 9 on that. I think that's amazing, because then we can just chuck another couple in capacitors, gives us a little bit more survivability. We're little bit low now on credits, and I overbought on fuel because I forgot your point, Karma, which is you don't need to be buffered up to the max on fuel because you can salvage on your way through stuff. Right, I am going to take a pee break because I'm about to open another ale, and I say ale. Explosive torpedo missile. Well, now you're just getting me excited. That sounds brilliant. Cool. That is all financial transaction confirmed. Yep, we're down to 45 credits, but that's okay. 45k. So we got the Rakish Man, got the comm directory, repair our ships. How are we doing for supplies? Yeah, I see we're low on supplies now, and they're relatively pricey here. Buy another 30 supplies, and we can salvage some supplies as we go. Right, I'm going to take my break, and then in a minute I will be back and we will find a mission to do. Whoa! Let me just double check that the stream didn't die first. Nope, the stream didn't die, just my Twitch feedback died. That's okay then. That made me panic for just a second. Thought we were doing quite well. Right, we're 3 hours in, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we are going to do some Starsector action. I'm enjoying this is great. Right, guys, thank you so much for sticking with me so far. I will be back in 2 minutes. We will do some exciting Starsector action. Be right back. Alrighty then. Thank you for those of you who are still here and have stuck with me. We're going back into it. Let's fire it up. Starsector's a really funny one for streaming. Streamlabs does not like Starsector and keeps refusing to acknowledge it as a game and sees it as some other weird window application. Thank you, Karma. Yeah, it's really, really nice to know that, because I don't do well at... I keep myself topped up with supplies, which means you're forced sometimes to buy them at places where they cost too much. Right, what I want to do here is I want to head to the pirate station. Are we able to salvage here again yet? No, we're not. Get your transponder off. Oh, that's got somebody interested in us. Right, we're going to go down to the dockside bar here, and we're going to have a look at what we've got. As you take a shuttle down to the main concourse and quickly find a likely looking establishment. As you enter the bar, you're buffeted by the human white noise of conversation and revelry. Ad holos buzz softly from ceiling-mounted units, shining garish highlights through glasses and bottles as spacer crews mingle with merchants and locals, trading drinks for rumoured jobs and opportunities. An old man sits alone at a table, leafing through what looks like a genuine hard-copy paperbook. As you walk by, he looks up and offers the seat across from him. At the bar, a shady woman bothers disinterested starship captains with an off-brand data pad. I definitely want to talk to the man with the paper book. Welcome, welcome, please sit. I'm sure you're wondering why I called you over. He leans in as if conspiring. I think we can help each other, you and I. See, I have the information, he taps the book, and you have the means. I am what you might call a historian adventurer. A rogue archaeologist uncovering the history of the sector despite the danger of this exceptional era. In the course of my studies, I often chance upon hints about where certain pieces of technology might be found. Retrieving those artifacts is naturally your role in our arrangement. Only if you're interested, of course, but I've done my research on your exploits and I'm sure you will be interested. Speech complete, he leans back looking pleased. I expect you'll be wanting to get paid for this information. A weary expression passes over the man's face for just a moment before he resumes an energetic demeanour. I understand why you would assume that. This is a mercenary age, but no, nothing quite so transactional. History is an uncertain trade, and such an approach would lead to expectations, disappointment, and recrimination, all of which I'm eager to avoid, especially the last. An additional wrinkle forms on his face at this. However, if you did find my information valuable, I would gladly accept donations. Think of it as patronage to fuel my research, which in turn could provide valuable leads. Or it might help to think of it as an investment, but with no obligation incurred by either party. Consider it, you could enrich your enterprises while contributing to the sum of human knowledge. Do you have anything for me now? He tells us about something interesting but not of immediate import, or we could spend a blueprint for a Sarissa for 1 SP. How we long for some incidental recording of even one of Ludd's supposed speeches or acts. Incredible, is it not, how all evidence of a prophet seems to have disappeared. This miracle is of course a point of faith among followers of the Church of Galactic Redemption. He raises an eyebrow at you. It is also officially a point of policy for the hegemony to cooperate with this nonsense in order to appease those faithful. He furrows his brow in frustration. As a historian, of course, this vexes me to no end. History, as experienced by the common person, may be a story society tells itself and distorted as such. Even still, it must be grounded in fact. Of course, I did discover a holovid of Ludd's trial. Some fanatic would try to murder me soon enough for distributing it. Not that I could help myself. He smiles impishly, then considers. Sorry, if he did discover a holovid of Lud's trial. If you do ever find something like that in some old derelict, you'd give me a copy, wouldn't you? Right, so we've got that dude. We'll talk to the shady woman with the off-brand datapad, and then we'll have a look at the colony info to look at the commodities. Colonies have heavy industry and consume metals. That's interesting. I tried that earlier, Karma. I must be looking in the wrong place because I couldn't see that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to using him more after I exit this. Well, I've exited now, but is he available then as a contact I can develop, a bit like Caliban is, or is it just someone you bump into in various bars at various places? We're going to find out what the shady woman with the off-brand datapad is bothering people about, and she's called Trigger Finger Singleton, which might be why she's single. As you approach, the woman leaves her current prospect mid-pitch, shifting her attention to you. You there, Captain. Yes. You know an honest face when you see one. She gives you a crooked smile. Just look here. She shoves the flickering display of the datapad into your hands, a cargo manifest consisting mostly of low-grade construction materials stored in a warehouse in a completely different system. She leans in and speaks quietly, motioning as if explaining the datapad's contents. You help me move 18 units of heavy armaments to Eventide, a quick op of 2 light years, then I'll pay you 42,000 credits. No need to involve the authorities, no inspections, no tariffs. Easy money, right? I mean, that's a very short journey. But we've got to do it without getting inspected. And that's presumably inspected by the patrol that spawns as part of the mission that tries to inspect us. Because, for example, when I leave here, there's a pretty high chance I'm going to get inspected by the hegemony, who were tracking me when I landed here because I had my transponder off. So hopefully that wouldn't bollocks up the potential. Because I certainly wouldn't mind heading over to Samara, which I've not been to before, to go to Eventide. Although we are shipping heavy armaments, so I guess what we would have to do, because the heavy armaments are going to be illegal because they are in hegemony space. So if we're travelling with our transponder on and they're not suspicious of us, we should be okay. But they're going to spawn one guy who is definitely suspicious of us. So we're going to have to dodge him, but we can't dodge him by having the transponder off and running quiet, because we'll draw all the other hegemony patrols that are around that place. And I suppose we could turn the transponder on last minute, but I'm not sure that they're impressed with that at the space station. I think they quite often just go, no, that's not going to fool us. So I don't think we'd be able to do that. I think we'd just dodge too many hegemony patrols. We'd end up getting hit by one, and that would be that. Cool. I don't mind them being very far away anymore, because now that I've got my dram, my range is potentially pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to take that. Awesome. I like the fact that he appears at random, so the historian just sort of drifts around the galaxy a bit like you do. That's kind of cool. So this is something else that I have not quite got my head around with Starsector. It's the thing I love about the game, but it doesn't have... I mean, it's easy to pick up missions, right? I can go to bars, I can see who's got what, decide. A lot of them are high risk, a lot of them are quite challenging. Yeah, I'm assuming the hyperspace travel in its own is a significant chunk of time. But I occasionally get to a point like this where I'm like, well, what should I do next? And I know that's very personal. Like, I could choose now to trade. I could go and fly to different bars until I found a mission I liked. I could try and visit all the core worlds and see if I can identify some cool trades or whatever. But is there like a... Oh, most people would be doing missions early on. Most people would be doing fights and salvage, or going to pirate systems to just hit up the salvage or get involved in some of the fights. I'm interested to know what sort of standard is. Yeah, system bounty sounds cool. It's not something I've done before, so let's do it. So first off, before we do that, you were talking about the commodities screen. So if we go to colony info and then the commodities, that tells me about this particular colony, this particular... It's not even this system, is it? It's just this planet or space station or whatever. And then, are you saying hit F1? So like look for... Say I wanted crew or supplies. Here we go. Right. Oh. Then you can click it and it gives you the global market value. And I can see that Chica Moztok massively produces. And it's got 25% of the whole market share. So if I'm reading that right, they are likely to be selling them at a very low price. Same with Kazaron in the Persian League. They produce an awful lot in this case because the oh god, yeah, you're right. Bought for 76. Assuming a batch of 750 units traded. So is that... Do you get discount based on volume? Or is that because the tax is worked out differently above a certain volume? Why does it say assuming a batch of 750 units traded? Or is that because they only have an excess of 750 at the moment, and therefore that's what you could get for those? But then it's not showing an excess there, is it? It's just showing... But yeah, so you get it 76 there, 85 here, 80 here. That makes sense. I knew you'd shown me how to get to this screen once before, and I was trying to do it tonight, and I'd forgotten you can click on the commodity and it tells you about the biggest producers and consumers. Yes, so the more you buy, the more the price goes up, because obviously the supply is reducing, and the more you sell, the further down it will go because you're satisfying the demand. Nice. And then you can look at the consumers and say Syndria for the Syndrian Diktat, they produce loads, so they're not consuming. No, hang on. Why am I not getting that right? Yeah, they produce 9. So you would assume the best consumers would be like these places, so like Chalcedon for the Ludic Path. Yeah, they can be sold for 156 per unit, assuming you trade 750 of them. Perfect. This really helps me, Karma, because at some point I like the idea of doing some significant trading, but legal trading is pretty tricky because the taxes are so high, as you were saying. Unless you can sell it reliably for double what you bought it for, it isn't worth doing. A couple of things. We've got a few folk on still. If anyone is new, thank you very much for joining in. For those of you who followed today, for Rizzo, for Glory Girl, for Cold Fury, massively appreciate you guys. Cold Fury in particular, your help tonight has been really useful, so it's great to have you guys on. We have hit the magic sex number of followers tonight. We are on 69, so that's pretty cool. Which is, it's nice to be jumping up in followers a bit. And if you're Starsector players, say hi in chat, let me know. I'm obviously quite new to it, but learning a lot and absolutely loving it. There are trade missions that I did not know. That is really useful, Karma. Really useful. Okay, so I need to do more work around contacts as well. So yeah, we're hugely enjoying playing this. It's brilliant, and this is our Monday night sesh. Like, Monday night is always Starsector night, and possibly another couple of nights during the week. I stream every Monday and Friday. Monday is Starsector night. Friday is a bit of a flexible slot. We've been playing some Battle Brothers recently, but there's some other games, RimWorld and things, that we will be playing as well. And I try and do a Tuesday or a Thursday stream or a weekend stream, sometimes a bit of both. Best place to find out if I'm doing those, you can follow me on Twitter, but also if you want to join the Discord, our Discord's got a pretty active conversation at the moment around Starsector. It's one of our sort of big points of conversation. In fact, I'm thinking of adding a few more channels in the Starsector chat so that we haven't just got a big wall of text. We can break it down into a few different topics and talk about it in more detail. So we're sort of slowly building a community there, and that's the best place to find out when I go live. The Monday and Friday streams are always set in stone, but I have got some flexible streams throughout the week, which can be at quite short notice if I get some work done and free up some time. So that's the best place to find that out. That's interesting. I might do some sort of predictable high value trades at some point, but I certainly don't intend to sit and just fly trade routes the same over and over again, regardless of how profitable they are, because I like exploration in space games. I like new and unseen. And the thing I love about Starsector is the amount of lore buried in what would be tiny little insignificant interactions on planets. The stuff that I've been doing, going to the Luddic shrines and random people you meet in bars and their silly little conversation is always gold. So that's the kind of thing I'm going to be hunting, and unknown stuff on the fringes of space. I'm looking forward to all that kind of stuff. Right. None of that answers the question, what am I going to do next? Which is not the question I was asking you guys, it's the question I'm asking myself. What do I do next? Let's find out. I think we should just hit up another system, personally. Oh, here we go. Oh look, my transponder's on now, leave me alone. That's it, follow me. Wait. Catch me if you can. You'll never find me. Right, cool. I just wanted to see if I could do that. I didn't even know if that was possible, or if you had to emergency burn to get away from their emergency burn. And I didn't want to do that because, it reduces my combat readiness and costs me supplies and stuff. I forgot putting my transponder on stops me running dark, which means that I'm suddenly running at full speed, which suddenly means I hit stuff. Nice. I don't even know where I'm going at this point. Right, where are we? We're in the core worlds. We could still go to Samara, right, and have a look what's going on there. I've already been to Aslan and made contact with Caliban. Ragnar's like piratey space, isn't it? No, am I thinking of something else? Am I thinking of, I don't know. We did do Space Lobster trading, which was fun. So Duzak here, I'm assuming that's not a populated star system, because it doesn't have a name on the map until you hover over it. And in fact, you can tell because there are markets in all of these star systems, but not in this one. It's unexplored. System is unexplored. So we could go to Duzak and do some exploring. That's a good point, Karma. Do we have to revisit Caliban, or can we just contact him as a contact to see if he's got anything, or do we have to fly to Aslan? Because I think it's time we visited Caliban again. He buys drinks for us, and we haven't done anything for him yet, so I'm up for a bit of a trip to Coatl. Ah, yeah, so you can suspend or delete the contact from here, but you've got to go see him to actually do stuff. Yeah, cool. Right, well... let's do this. Thank God for the monthly income. We were running a little bit lean there. Although, my God, have we got fuel. Oh, I want to meet my buddy Caliban. I'm looking forward to this reunion. I've got happy memories of it. Right, down to the dockside bar, I think. Oh no, is he a proper contact now? Yes, he is. We can just open the comms directory, can't we? Hey, Caliban! After a short wait, your connection request is accepted. Comms open, state your request. Got any work for me? He looks thoughtful. Just give me a moment. Some new targets have come up on the docket, he says with a sigh. Oh, I've made that far too enthusiastic. If you took a contract to handle one of these bounties, it might just get the brass off my case. We were going to do a system bounty as well. I remember that now before I took my pee break. Yeah, I know. It's from the tutorial mission from the Galatia Academy, and it's like 3 years, I think. Commanders assigned me a somewhat atypical extraction mission. Due to public political implications, it's best performed by a mixed capability independent such as yourself. All strategic observation assets are imperative. We need a small observation package deployed directly to Hesperus orbit. Right, the observation packet, if it's one of those where you don't want to be seen doing it, I've found those really difficult in the past. However, I'd like to go to Hesperus because I haven't been to the shrine on Hesperus yet, I don't think. So let's just see what he says. The mission: enter a standard orbit of Hesperus in the EOS Exodus system, then deploy the spy satellite package whilst unobserved. I repeat, it is critical that no patrols be tracking your fleet at this stage. Once deployed, the spy sat has stealth capabilities which make detection unlikely. Simple. Your reward for mission completion would be 45,000 credits. Of course, my organisation could not risk carrying out the mission with flagged vessels. That's why we come to you. Do you accept? I think we do this. I think we go to Hesperus. Okay. I think it was Hesperus I tried before. It might not have been. I did one of these spy sat ones, and I literally could not do it. I kept having to e-burn and hide and come back, and I could not escape the patrol to save my life. I tried hiding in belts, going dark. As soon as I came out, they were all over me. But I'm going to try it, because it must be possible, right? Or else the game would be ridiculous. And I want to go to Hesperus anyway, so let's do that. I also want to know what the atypical extraction mission is. So we've got 120 days to deploy the spy sat, which isn't actually all that long. You think of that as a lot of time, but time passes quite quickly in Starsector. Oh, of course, because the orbital paths and stuff change. My God. I'm thinking of doing a Starsector drinking game, and number one is going to be every time he says, "I love this game." Take a drink. I didn't say it, but I do love this game. What is the atypical extraction mission? Captain Bo Goose McCroy, he says. As I said, we need an agent extracted from Marath. Commander's authorised a payment of 56,000 credits for a successful mission. The Oppo may be expecting you. I suggest you go in quiet, because as you know, it's Persian lead colony. The situation is enough of a mess as it is. He pauses a moment, some hidden frustration. We do, however, have a fair piece of intel on their defensive capabilities. Scene Key says, fingers moving rapidly to transfer a data file for your inspection. A detailed tactical report. You quickly review the contents and estimate you need around 70 Marines to carry off the operation. Whew. I mean, that's only another 14 Marines we'd need to get. Oh, that's nice. So if I do the personal bounty that he's offering, it will pay me more than just like a standard system bounty. So I don't particularly want to take on the Marine extraction, because it means we've got to mess around and find more Marines. If we decline it, does that one just disappear and get reset, or can I come back and re-accept it? Because it lets me accept it at the moment, but I don't have the 70 Marines to do it. The other thing that I find slightly challenging is it doesn't tell me in this bit here how long I've got to do it. So if I accept it and then it says, oh, you've got 60 days, I'm like, oh crap, now I've got to scrabble and get Marines and run around and stuff. So it's sort of a little bit of a challenge, but you know, we'll come back to that. Sorry, I got slightly distracted there because I've just noticed that it's suddenly telling me I have 3 subbers, not 2 subbers. But I don't see anywhere on here that somebody else subbed. If anyone has subbed tonight and I have missed it, then thank you very, very much indeed. Or if somebody else has resubbed and their sub has rolled over, if you are in chat, massively, massively appreciate my subbers. We had 15 people last month, which was amazing, and we're sort of aiming for a 10 this month would be amazing, but you know, nobody needs to subscribe or pay money to be part of this channel. The whole point is we've got a community going and we play games together and we have fun together. If people are feeling generous, it's enormously appreciated, but nobody should ever feel like they need to be paying money to be part of what we're doing here. However, if somebody has subbed tonight and for some reason Twitch and Streamlabs have failed to show me, then thank you very much indeed, and I apologise for not acknowledging it at the time, but I've got nothing on my Twitch feed and nothing on my Streamlabs feed. It's just my subscriber count has ticked up by 1, so we shall see. What I was going to ask was, that includes time to transport the extracted target back to the mission giver. Yeah, that's fine. If they're going to be here for a bit, I think we'll decline it for now. Oh yeah, we can come back and ask him about it again, that's fine. I do want to know about the bounty docket though. Oh god, we've got a few options on the bounty docket. We've got a few options on here. Officer Scene Key says, pulling up a shared display with a tablet of intel reports. We've got an op time slot coming up for HK Squadron that'll handle whatever you don't. So it's really your pick of the bunch. What sort of job do you think you can handle? I don't want a more challenging target. We could more manageable target, and presumably whatever you've got works for me is like the middle ground difficulty. I mean, I think we could easily do a manageable target. Yeah, totally appreciate that, Karma. It's not about, you know, if you get it done on day 89 you can breathe a sigh of relief. You've got to get them back there. This one's a piece of work. He brings up a case file. Ludic Path operative connected to a few bombings, piracy, the usual. She's hiding out in the Beta Lenglota Forthanen system. Oh god, bloody hell, that's 19 light year hop. Also, a hell of a mouthful. That's a pretty chunky one, that. A few of the local syndicates pitched in, so the job's reward is 59,000 credits. We have 120 days to take her out. Am I interested? Yes, I am. Oh god, yes I am. You're going to pay me 59 grand for that? Yeah, we'll take it. We'll absolutely take it. Okay. Ah, I see, Karma. I thought I could accept that one and accept the other two as well. But no, you get one of the three, but you get to look at them all first. Yeah, I could totally have done one of the more challenging targets than that for 59,000. The hardest thing we're going to have in all of that is trying to chase down the kite. And if we're really lucky, we might get to take that second hound as well. Nice. Right. We've got ourselves a couple of bits of work here, so let's just think about them. So we've got 120 days to do both the bounty, which is down there, and deploying the spy sat in Hesperus. I think we could go to Hesperus, deploy the spy sat, visit the Luddic Shrine on Hesperus, because we've not visited it yet, and I like the Luddic Shrines. Okay. Thank you, Karma. That is worth knowing. So this is my plan, right? This is what we're going to do. We're going to fly to Hesperus. We're going to try and deploy the spy sat, because I think that's going to be more difficult than I expect, and I want it done. I want to see if I can do it. We're then going to visit the shrine while we're there. Then we're going to hunt down this bounty. And that, I think, will probably round the stream out. But that is, you know, that's another chunk of time yet. So let's keep pushing, because I think we're pretty good. Right, so let us show on the map. We need to go... Yeah, I see. We've got an irradiated world, etc, etc. So we need to get to Hesperus. We need to get to the planet itself to deploy the spy sat. It's... Oh, there it is. There's the target location. It's in the orbit of Hesperus. Gotcha. Right, we've got... See, we're low on supplies again. We're using a pretty decent chunk. Ooh, and they're pricey here as well. Let's not get many. Oh god, you're absolutely right. We should go to Chico. Yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. I'm not paying attention at all. Yeah, we know for a fact that supplies are dirt cheap here. We can go and completely stock up and then stop panicking. I've already forgotten all the stuff in my rush to want to go and do a stealthy spy mission. And just like that, we've got 77 credits per unit. Right. So for that, I propose that we pick up like 200 of them. Also, ditch that. That's fine. Spy sat deployment, show on map, go to target location. Let's go. Oh, so good job I've got you with me, Karma. I'd be making these mistakes left, right and centre. Yep, I really should have, because I could be trading stuff over to... Like, we're going up towards Hesperus. We've got cargo space free. You never know what we could pick up. No, don't go there. Oh, okay. the starport. Do what I'm telling you. Right, let's have a quick look here. Well, to be fair, first off, they've got Marines. Now, those Marines ain't cheap. They ain't super expensive either. So we could gain the extra 14 Marines we need to be able to do Caliban's other operation. I know sustained burn stops me turning very quickly, but at the time it wasn't responding at all. I think my mouse was like tabbed out of the window. I was clicking like mad and it was just flying off in a straight line. But yes, I know sustained burn is just a nightmare for manoeuvring. But I mean, you're right. So, I see we need like a giant Prometheus or an Atlas already. I love the Atlas. Is one of my favourite ship designs in the game because I just love these giant shipping containers, like a proper nautical shipping container vessel. It's so cool. Oh, completely undamaged enforcer there. Ah, now there's a salvage rig here, undamaged. Not that we've got the cash for this right now. But I do fancy a salvage rig for this crew because we've got a decent fuel capacity as it is, so the fact it doesn't bring its own fuel capacity doesn't really matter. And it has no cargo capacity. We are technically a salvage crew. So one of these at some point would be really good for us. Ooh, Centurion looks fun. That's got a beefy hull on it. And an Omni Shield. Shield flux per damage isn't bad either. There's another completely undamaged Hound, which would give us a second speed option. Again, I think worth it at that price, but not for the money we've got, because we need to buy ourselves stuff on the way. But I like it. Right, let me have a quick look at the market, because the Hound A is the Hegemony version. Oh yes, design type Hegemony. Is there a way to know the difference, or is that just something you need to learn whilst playing? So do I need to find a database somewhere that tells me what the difference is? Or I suppose I can look in the, because I can click on the thing, can't I? And I can look at all the different classes in here. But so if I look at I'm looking at the Hound. So the big difference is, oh, I see. Yeah, it's got plus 40 armour for the Hegemony version. That's the only difference. And it does say. That's kind of cool. I like that. I mean, a Hound with plus 40 armour rating, if we gave it heavy armour and fitted it like the last one, would work really well. No, there's differences in the hull mods. Oh, it's got armoured weapon mounts. And more ordnance points. Ooh. Hegemony version's good in this case. That's the Luddic Church version. Pirate version, okay. Ah, yeah, because it's already got the armoured weapon mounts, which is why it's in a. That's why it's listed as plus 40, because that's not base, that's from a hull mod. So is it the fact that it has the armoured weapon mounts as standard, and the fact that it's got the extra ordnance points? Those are the differences. Right, I'm going to do a quick scan. I'm not buying any ships, we're low on cash. I'm going to do a quick scan of what we've got in terms of weapons. We've got more Mark 9s. We've got a load of excuse me. A load of heavy mortars. Some more pilums. Sabos, load of annihilators. Harpoons. I'm starting to at least get a rough idea of what these things are. And then light autocannons. Augmented field drive increases max burn level. Turret gyros, I like that. Turn rate of all turrets by 75%. That I want. Because there are ships on which I think that would work very well. Although I need to watch what I'm spending actually. Ah, right. Well, the paint job is everything. Got to make them ships sexy. I'll have a quick look on the black market. Ooh. Oh. Hephaestus assault gun. That looks like a fun little option for the Manticore as well. Oof, Storm Needler, very, very heavy on the ordnance points and really, really heavy on the old flux. Yeah, 440 per second on the flux. It's already, the flux per damage is not great. The DPS is good, but my god, that's a lot of flux. I'm assuming probably better on capitals again. Mind you, we've already replaced the Devastator cannon, haven't we? Yeah, we put the Mark 9 on, which is still 348 flux per second, but it's not as brutal as putting something like that on. Right, we're going to fly some missions, because I don't want to run out of time. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, which I really don't mind, but I am also about to hit 20 to midnight, so tomorrow is a work day. Let's get some spacing done. Boom. Just gonna go do some stuff now. Right, so we're going to Hesperus. We're going to try and get this spy satellite in orbit. We're going to visit the Luddic Shrine. And if we've got time, we're going to hunt this bounty. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense, Karma. Yeah, it definitely was a fat chunk of flux. Right, ads incoming in 3 minutes. I won't, if I get there and it looks like we're close on the ads, I won't try and do the sneaking in dropping mission until the ads are finished, because I don't want to deprive you guys of watching me fail miserably and getting tracked and caught. I do like how the hyperspace storms shift in this. And sometimes you'll be like, right, I'm going to slow down for that one, I'll be fine, and then one pops up somewhere else, you're like, ah, no, it's got me. Okay. Jump to Paladin's Bridge. Oof. I don't want to draw anyone straight away. I've interacted with a couple, but probably not consistently, Karma, no. Right, so what have we got? We've got Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter's fine. We've already got Persian League dudes. Right, fly this way. We're on scan range. Show me the map. Right, Hesperus is out there. This is a long route if we're going to go dark, but also means we get a feel for what's out there. So right, there's a satellite there, for example. There's the Hesperus relay. Domain era tech used primarily on the frontier. This is a hyperwave communications array which transmits and receives data between star systems at faster than light speeds. The rapidly pulsing hyperwaves suitable for FTL data transmission have been shown to damage DNA, so these relays are always stationed away from habitats. Oh, God, yeah. Thank you, Karma. So, couple of things. There is a purchasable with channel points redeem that you can do to make me save my game. I have dropped it from 500 to 50 Karma so that it is more affordable. It wasn't meant to be a tax, it was just meant to be a, you know, remind me to save the game, and that's not there because I play on Iron Man mode and will refuse to save unless you pay channel points to prompt me. It's because I forget. Thank you, Karma. I would have saved anyway without the redeem, but I do appreciate it. But I made the redeem much more affordable because you were absolutely right last time. But yes, I haven't saved the game since we started 4 hours ago because I forget. I get so excited and so invested. I'm like, what do we do next? Right, let's do this, let's do that. And with this game in particular, it can really hit us. Like, we haven't got autosaves tracking us as we go along. So right, we want to visit the local sensor array satellite. So not this one, that's the relay. So the sensor array satellite is that one. Yes. So if we visit it, we can do stuff. Okay, well let's get this thing done in Hesperus if we can. We have now saved the game, and we saved it while we were stealthed up inside the asteroid belt, which is great. And if we can get this done, then what we're going to do is we will then go and interact with that, and then maybe visit the Luddic Shrine. Right, let's just see what we've got. So the point in space we're looking for is right on the other bloody side. So there's a warning beacon there, contains a solid state power system which enables theoretical operation of station half-life, theoretical operation and station keeping half-life with an upwards range in the hundreds of thousands of cycles. The astute starship captain will heed well its warnings. There's a warning beacon about something. That's probably the irradiated world. The warning is don't go there. We need to get here during its rotation without getting found by these guys. Now this is rotating around Hesperus. Hesperus looks like it's rotating very slowly in this direction, so if we came down here a little bit, woof, we've got a fleet behind us. We could try and nip in there. The challenge with this is, it's not like we have to dock without being intercepted. We have to do it without being pursued, so the moment any of them grabs us... Oh! It's pretty simple, isn't it? Rather than me hovering over it while it's moving, trying to keep the mouse on it, yes, you pause the game. Sensible. Thank you, buddy. Oh, before Hesperus. Well, it's a good job you redeemed that. It really is. God, I'm obsessed. I'm like, we've got to do this. Right, okay, cool. Right, well, we're going to have patrols looking for us, so let's go. We're going to go visit the sensor array first. Ah! Can we fiddle with the sensor array to draw fleets towards it or something? That would be kind of cool, because at the moment, that thing is swarming with fleets. I probably don't need to be doing that now. I know I'm slow boating, but before I go in there, do I need to be... Okay. So there's a sensor array here. Right, that's the warning beacon back at Hesperus itself. But I need to interact with the sensor array first. Ah, plus 400 sensor range for essentially all Luddic Church factions. And so if I can interact with it and turn it off, they lose a whole load of sensor range, which would be pretty cool. So we need to sneak in. That's what I was going to ask next, was presumably I need to still be running dark and trying to sneak in there, which is why I started heading back in this direction, because I'm assuming if I'm going to mess with it, I've got to get to it without being spotted. Oh, that sensor burst is going to hurt if they do it again. Shit. That's it. Keep on sneaking. So what's their sensor range now? It's bigger. If they do an active sensor burst, they're going to see us. But if we go on the other side of it, they probably won't. Oh dear. Okay. Try again in a minute. See, I like that these types of missions, there is skill involved. Like, it's shown by the fact that I have none, and therefore I'm currently exposing myself to risk. But there is skill involved in doing these. Oh, he's just sustained burned off over there. Perfect. Built using the best technology available in the sector, a makeshift sensor array is nonetheless capable of passively monitoring the entire star system, and has a transmitter capable of real-time, faster-than-light data transmission to friendly fleets within. The data is useful to supplement the regular sensor readings made by fleets. So I can overload the array to emit a neutrino burst, uncovering nearby slipstreams. I can hack it. I can introduce false readings into the data feed or take control of it. I assume, again, pausing would have been extremely useful. I assume if I introduce false readings, they're going to start chasing all over the sector looking for stuff, and I can maybe scatter them away from Hesperus while I go and drop the spy satellite. Is that right? Or am I best off hacking it and trying to do something else? I think so. I think we try and do that. Introducing false readings into the outbound data feed is likely to distract patrols and similar fleets by making them chase what isn't actually there. Yes, nailed it. Eventually the firmware auto-calibration routines will clean out the corruption, but the process will take at least a month. Do it. A quick scan on the maintenance shortwave reveals several common vulnerabilities to choose from. Your comms officer uploads the virus, which you elect not to question the provenance of. Yeah, definitely. So we've done that now. That's been hacked. Right, that's useful. So I can read these and then decline them. So I can take control of it, which grants my fleets in the system all the benefits, but the Luddic Church will certainly regard that takeover as an act of war. No thank you. That was that hack or take control of? Hack is surreptitiously provide your fleets with the same benefits, but yes, but not piss them off, and then we can uncover nearby slipstreams. Brilliant. I'm tempted to break it for salvage, but forget that. Right, out of here now, please. Right, so we've got a month now where they're busy chasing rainbows. So I think if we fly back up inside the ring, by the time we get up there, it will have given them time to react to some of these false signals, hopefully disappear a bit, and we can think about... Thank you guys so much for that, because that explains to me why I just felt like the challenge of these was overly hard, but there was mechanics I was missing that I didn't even realise you could do. Right, we've still got a lot of patrols around there at the moment, but let's just see what happens. So there's Hesperus. There's the point. Right now, we've got a salvage fleet. We have none of their fleets at the moment in range. Oh, yes we do, yes we do, yes we do. Ooh, that was sneaky. So, oh, it's a Luddic faithful convoy. It's not a patrol, it's a convoy of the faithful going to the shrine. So they may not chase us? Who's that? That's a prospector. Let's do it. Oh no, we were detected and we were being tracked. Damn it. So who's tracking us? They're orbiting Hesperus, they're orbiting Hesperus, they're returning to Hesperus. They're patrolling, which I don't like. Right, so we've got a giant armada patrolling. And yes, I should be pausing the game while I do this. I love the idea of that. You get your own false sensor readings. So they're preparing to go to Galatia. They're going back to Hesperus. That's patrolling. Okay, that patrol is slightly irritating, and it would be nice if they got distracted from their patrol very quickly by something else. They're just patrolling. They seem to be coming constantly our way, but they're not. Got more righteous flotilla coming back. They do not have the sensor range to find us, by the look of it. Oh, it's a waiting game. Right, their sensor range is not huge. That's more watchers returning to Hesperus. So it's only the patrols that I've got to worry about, because the watchers presumably aren't that interested in me. They've just done an active sensor burst, meaning they're probably not going to do another one for a while, and their sensor range is tiny now. Like, we can reach the thing unless they turn around like this, in which case we can't. What's this? Oh god, right, so we've got pirate raids into Ema, more monthly income. Oh no, they're standing down from patrol duty, so they were on patrol duty. So if we just wait... Oh, whoa, get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Right, this is our chance. If these guys don't stand down in the direction of the spy satellite, we'll be fine. But they are going to be... Oh no, they're standing down. Go, 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 go. Ah! Damn it! Recently detected or currently being tracked. Detected by what? How do I know if I'm recently detected? What's your patrol? Right, okay. Hey, right, deploy the spy sat. We got there. The nav officer reports that your fleet has arrived at the coordinates provided by Caliban Scene Key. The spy sat is ready for deployment. The go button flashes softly on your command interface. Deploy it. The bay doors open and the spy sat is released from its cradle. You watch the display feed as built-in manoeuvring thrusters puff softly, guiding it away from your flagship. Try English. The image flickers. The sensor officer looks up in alarm. Captain, I don't have a track on the sat. It's just gone. Excellent. Right. So our relationship with Caliban has gone up, as has our relationship with the hegemony. We've gained 45k, and now we're out of here. We did it. Now, I want to go to Hesperus and visit the Luddic Church. So the best way to do that, I think, because they don't know we did this, is to pop our transponder on and to just very gently fly to presumably the orbital station. Host shipyards, supply platforms, product. Hesperus is thin, ice thin, an ice world with a thin, cold atmosphere. Industrial terraforming of the planet was halted around the time of the Luddic takeover of the Eos Exodus system. Virtue may be found in hardship, and the Knights embrace this hardship in the martial monastic communities scattered on the surface of Hesperus. Limited organic mining is permitted within contracts. The administration of Cyax and Hesperus share the office of a single presbyter orbis. So if I go to that, Luddic Shrine on Hesperus presumably is on the planet. Show it on the map. Yeah. So right, I'm not currently being tracked, and I've got my transponder on. Magnetic field? What magnetic field? There's so much coming in at the moment that I'm trying to deal with. What magnetic field are we talking about, man? Right, so the irradiated world is Daedalon, fully surveyed. It's a site of a former research base operated by Tritachyon Corporation. A massive containment failure released a highly energetic and seemingly self-sustaining process or object which melted into the crust, leaving a plume of strange radiation which spews exotic particles to this day. The moon is abandoned. All of human activity... the moon is abandoned of all human activity, but for a network of orbiting hazard beacons maintained by the Knights of Lud. You probably did tell me to look at it, but the thing is, the problem is, I don't know where I'm looking. Like, I'm trying to sort of keep the patrols out of the way and go on stuff and click on the right things and everything else, and there's so much little bits of information coming in. You know, this is not a sit back, relax, casual. Like, that's very dangerous. That's a 5-star danger. So no, I didn't see it. I don't know. Approach Daedalon, look at terrain info. Okay. Like, I approached Daedalon, but while I was approaching Daedalon, I was desperately trying to get to the sensor thing. I don't see a magnetic field. Oh, I see. Right. Oh, yes, sorry. I see what you mean. Here. Yeah, see, like, down here's a little bit of text. I'm busy trying not to get caught by patrols while I'm going into stuff, so now I didn't see the magnetic field. Right. Yes, I see now how that'd be really useful. Thank you, buddy. I will try and focus on all these things at once, but it just takes me a bit of time, because it's all new. Your fleet approaches Hesperus. Monasteries cling to particularly sublime rifts. Promontories of volcanic shields, or the occasional Pluton that's forced its way through the world-wrapping crust of ice. Oh, thank you, love. Ring the beer bell. Thank you. Without dispensation from the Knights. However, by authority of the reigning Presbyter Orbis, a number of special economic zones built on the shifting flows transmit civilian landing beacons to call outside traders to port. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder and you're soon granted docking clearance. I would like to take a shuttle down to visit the Luddic Shrine. You're just beginning to make your way towards the shuttle bay when you receive a ping from your nav officer. The request to land has been denied by traffic control. Strange. This should be perfectly routine. Uh-oh. I would request to speak to somebody in authority. Nav patches you into the link, and a young-looking Luddic knight, or maybe an initiate, appears before you. Blessed for the day, Captain. They just managed to hide the quaver in their voice. With apologies, your request to land has been denied. As you draw breath to reply, the initiate's eyes flick to a notification and go wide. Oh, apologies, Captain. I mean, respectfully, the Excubitor Orbis, wishes to speak with you. They say without stumbling on the title. I stumbled on it a bit. Practice, you're sure. Transferring link. The Executor Orbis appears before you. Captain Bo Goose McCroy, he says by way of greeting, a stern gaze already fixed on you. The moment draws longer. He's the image of poise, perfectly content to wait for you to speak. A wrinkle appears, then disappears, by a mouth which appears permanently fixed permanently on the precipice of a frown. Is there a problem, Excubitor? I ordered your landing request denied, he states plainly. Protection of this world is my duty. I find that those with a history of exceptional acts test the charity of Providence by taking exceptional risks. So I need to convince you that I'm not a risk. That wrinkle again. The sector's smallest smile. Spend not your time in this life on folly. Even in our youngest initiate could see you wear risk like a badge. The secular procedures at hand are only part of my purview, he says. At present I'm more concerned with your spirit. He drops a heavy hand like a gavel on his desk. I'm uninterested in more words. Listen well now, for I speak my judgment on this matter. I shall review your request in 7 days, the Executor Orbis says. If that's enough for creation, it'll be enough for you to learn patience. That wrinkle again. Blessed be, Captain. Ah, yes, a magnetic field, super good. Alright, well I will say, and upon you, Excubitor Orbis. We'll come back to Hesperus, that's fine. We can visit the shrine another day. Let's see what we've got for sale. Now look, these boys sell cheap marines. Yes. Like it. Right, I'm going to buy myself 14 marines. Oops. Fine, I'll do it that way. Wow. I was going to say, we've made so much money from our monthly income because it took us so long to do that. But of course we made like 45 grand from actually doing the mission as well, which helped. And we'll find another mission in a minute that wants 90 marines. Maybe we just take 100 on board while they're not that expensive. Maybe 100 marines is excessive. It's taking a lot of cargo space, but we can do cool stuff with them. We've got them now. It's fine. Ho ho! There is a stack of hellbores. So only 250 DPS and a 3-second refire delay, because I suppose they're massively hard hitting, but they've got a 3-second refire delay. So I guess the challenge with these is they do massive damage in a single shot, which means they're not building up a huge amount of flux, but they are hitting very, very hard per hit. The challenge is you don't want to miss that one shot you've got every 3 seconds. God, the OP requirement for them is dead low as well. So if we replaced the Mark 9 with this, we would save on flux. We would do less damage by a little bit, but we would have better sort of flux cycling, and we would have more OP to burn on stuff. I think we could afford to get at least one Hellbore while we're here, don't you? We've also got a medium Annihilators, which I like, because the Annihilators are just like stream of missiles for a bit of pressure, aren't they? Just keep tweaking away at them. More Mark 9s, more heavy mortars, more thumpers. What's that? A jackhammer? So a 6-shot dumbfire torpedo does a fat chunk of damage, mainly armour damage, moves pretty fast. Quite like those. Ooh, okay. I quite like that as a playstyle karma. That is the kind of thing that would shift me to maybe manually flying the Manticore. Let's... Oh, we don't need 6 of the buggers. Let's get ourselves a Hellbore. Black market, we've got a few other funky bits. Now, we're next going to... We've only got 51 days now to hunt down this pather, and it's going to take us a long time to get there, isn't it? Only 15 days at base burn. Medium sabopods. Mean beers. Ooh, okay. I can get behind that kind of thing. Hammer barrage, dumbfire rockets. Nice. There's medium sabopods here. They've got 2 of them. Oh wow, 25% chance to arc to weapons and engines doing EMP damage. So you just absolutely pressure them by belting the shields with ease, and if you do hull or armour hits, even though it doesn't do that much damage against armour, you've got a chance to do EMP damage to arc weapons and stuff. So you're saying we could stick those here, plus stick the Hellbore on here, and have some kind of ridiculous pressure build? I mean, I've always wanted to be nasty as hell. I'm assuming we don't have any... Yeah, we've got no legal sabos, but that's fine. We've not done any black market trading here. We're just taking those. That does sound pretty cool. So we want... unfit these. Change that for the Hellbore. And then... we need... Right, we need a chunk more stuff. If we took the blast doors off, we'd lose more hull, but if we took the blast doors off, we could then fit... This has only got the compromised hull. Like, an S mod on this wouldn't be the end of the world with this build. I quite like this. So I'm not saying we do it, but I'm also saying it's a possibility. We need 12 for expanded missile racks. We'd still need to make quite a bit of space. I don't think we need the insulated engine assembly particularly. Like, we could just take the hit of the D-mod. Yeah, we're definitely going to lose some caps, but we're going to have to lose more than just caps to be able to fit this on. I think the blast doors are quite useful at the moment. But I don't think the insulated engine assembly is critical, because sense profile on it's not massive. So if we took that off and a couple of capacitors off, we could afford to fit in the expanded missile. Oh, hang on, no, we need to fit the other. Yeah, go back. We need to fit the other Sabo first, don't we? Because now we still need to find 12 more points or 10 more points to fit in the expanded missile racks, which means we would have to lose. Now the weapon flux and the flux dissipation are now pretty similar, which is kind of cool. But we'd have to lose almost all the caps, or a mix of caps and vents. Or we could ditch the blast doors and just take the full hit to hull, lose the blast doors and 2 caps, and put the expanded missile racks on. Yeah, it has got 750 armour, so maybe the hull is less crucial. Like if we ditched that and 2 capacitors, put the expanded missile racks on. So these have got a range of 1200 and they're doing massive anti-shield pressure alongside these, which are putting a bit of light shield pressure on because of the ballistic rangefinder at a range of 900, because we've got a heavy turret on. And once we get within 900, the Hellbore is going to start letting loose. I think that's kind of cool, and I sort of want to fly it. Let's get the weapon groups right on it if we're going to do that. So put the SRMs in one, the Hellbore in another, and then the autocannons all in the same one, and we'll put those 2 on auto fire and that one on manual for me to use. So let's just run a simulation on it. I mean, I've no idea what kind of thing this can handle. Let's try a balanced hammerhead. Right, this is going to take me a bit of practice, but right, here we go. Let's see what we can do. It depends on what he's got on here, but we might outrange him a little bit as well. I mean, he's putting pressure on. Look at that flux he's built up. Mind you, we've built up a lot as well. The vent off. Oh, I started venting later than he did. Right, try and flank some of those hits. Oh god, I'm not paying attention. This game, I need to watch too many things at once. What I was trying to do there was get in a position to unleash the missiles, but I was flanking too quickly. Bottom 2 rows of sim ships are weaker versions comparable to pirates. So these. Right, so we just go for like a close support hammerhead. Right, I need to manage my stuff better, but also I've got way more missiles, so I need to be less shy about spamming some missiles and getting his flux up early. Oh god, yeah, my god, look how quickly, I mean, I know this is a different hammerhead model, but look how quickly that built his flux up. Ha! Yeah, hard flux me all you like. Right, let's get this guy. We smashed his front weapons. Okay, that is a totally different piloting style to what I have been using. And I'm really not used to it. Oh god, yeah, what's the special? Canister flap. Oh, that would have been useful against all those incoming missiles. Yeah, I also need to get a feel for what my 900 feels like, and I want a chance to fire the Hellbore because I haven't tried it yet. Oh, look at that! That feels meaty. It makes such a boom when it fires. Man, it's got some recoil on it though. I'm drifting. Ooh, wrong rock. Yeah, okay, sold. That's going to take slightly more skillful piloting, but I love it. Ah! I need to use, is it R to lock a target? And then the sabos will fire the second stage? Or do I just need to be hovered over him? There's so much going on in this game, it's absolutely mental. I love it. Wow. Thank you guys so much for your help tonight. What I'm going to say is we've been streaming over 4.5 hours and it is now 4:15 midnight. And that is the joy of Starsector. I started late. I wanted to make sure we didn't cut the stream short because of it. Instead, we ran really long. But that's, you know, I absolutely love this game. So we are going to be... Right, okay, they pick their target, but if there isn't a target, they won't go off automatically. Gotcha. So we are going to end it here. We're going to go and do the bounty hunt in the next session. We'll be back with Starsector Monday at the very latest, although if I do an interim stream during the week, unless it's Starsector, if it's RimWorld or something, then we will do Starsector again for our Friday stream, I think, because I think we're only just starting to get the hang of this and get the feel for how it plays. So, non-pirate manticore. Ooh, okay. Is there a significant difference between the pirate and non-pirate manticore? Let's find out. Can I not? How do I get into the thingy from here? Do I have to go to the fleet and do it that way? Manticore. So we've got... Oh god, yeah. So there's the support, the outdated, the assault, and then there's the pirate support. So the normal support's that one. Pirate support... I mean, the paint job on the pirate one's way better. I'm struggling to see a difference. It would probably tell me in the text, wouldn't it, if I bothered to read? Ah, right. So that's... But presumably that's the base Manticore. I mean, these are the 3 different loadouts for it, but that's the Manticore P, the pirate. Because these are the ship variants. I don't know, I'll have to spend a bit more time on that. But we are now at 20 past midnight. So, 2 things are going to happen. 1, we're going to save the game before anything else happens. And 2, I'm going to say thank you so much to everybody who's on. Karma, Cold Fury, your input has been massively, massively helpful today. Cold, Glory Girl, Rizzo, thank you so much for following. Really, really appreciate it. Do join us on the Discord if you fancy it, because we've got a great Starsector community building up on the Discord. I'm really learning a lot, and we're getting more chats day by day. I'm going to improve that Starsector section on the Discord, so we've got a bit more breakdown of different game mechanics and different places that we can sort of chat and post things. So thank you all so much who followed today. If one of you did sub today and it just hasn't shown up for some reason in either my Streamlabs or my Twitch feed, then thank you so much. I do appear to have picked up a sub from somewhere, not quite sure where, so thank you very much for that. Like I say, join us on the Discord. I'll be back Friday. We do Monday and Friday streams, but I will be doing some kind of midweek streaming this week as well. Discord is the best place to find out where. Until I know how work sits this week, I won't know when, but we will try and squeeze another one out, because this one has been a ton of fun. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I am going to kick you over to somebody else. We're going to raid somebody just before we all vanish. I know that it's quite late for many people, depending on where you're viewing from, but we're going to jump over to somebody else streaming something else. We've got highly modded Starsector there. We're not a big modded Starsector sort of gamer. This one doesn't look like they're doing too much, so let's try that. We're going to try and throw a raid over to somebody as a big thank you. Just say hi in chat, drop some goose emotes if you've got them, and follow. It's the nice polite thing to do. It would help if I could spell. Perfect. Right, we're going to go raid. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for sticking with me so long. It's been brilliant to see you all in here. Thank you for those of you who followed, those of you who've been chatting, everybody who's been involved and contributed. Really look forward to our next Starsector stream together. I will see you on that one, guys. It is going to be a brilliant next little Starsector stream. I'm getting the feeling for the fleet. We're going to have fun on that one. I'll see you soon. Goose out.